come to order. In the absence of, and Kate Sears will be here in a few minutes, but all this proves is that it's easier to get here from Richmond than it is from Marin County.
Yes, exactly. Very true.
Right. So, welcome everyone, and we have a little bit of a slideshow that we're going to start off with. So, spool it up.
No, you have to do it roll call for. I'm sorry, to make sure we're all here.
What?
Do we have form?
Well, I'm going from the agenda, and it doesn't say anything about roll call. Should we have a roll call, Dawn?
No, we typically don't do roll call at the beginning of our meetings, but we do have a quorum. And so we can get started with item 1, if folks are ready.
Yeah. Go.
Wonderful. So, welcome everyone. Kate and I already have some opening remarks that we're going to do after this slideshow. We just wanted to go through some initial achievements to date, and some of the members of our board have agreed to help us out with this overview of what we've accomplished in the last year, some of the highlights from the last year. We're going to start off with slide 1, and I think Director Butler is going to introduce this one.
So each of us board members are going to talk about a slide, and this is actually Kate's slide. But what it does is highlight really the scope of what Marine Clean Energy has provided in the few years that it's been up and running. And I don't have to read it to you, but you know, the number of customers served, the number of megawatts provided, the number of union work hours, which is really important considering some of the issues we have with IBEW right now. And something we're going to talk about a little bit more later, the number of local renewable projects that are either online or in the pipeline. So, next slide.
I think that's me, right? Awards and recognition.
Yeah, we have, yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name's Sloan Bailey. For those of you who don't know me, Corte Madera. And I've been asked to mention what the awards and recognition that Marine Clean Energy received this year, or at least the ones that are on the presentation here. And there's 3 of them. The first one is actually from San Rafael. So if Andrew's willing.
I'm willing.
Good luck and God bless, my friend.
You know, I'll make it brief, so maybe we don't want to spend too much time patting ourselves on the back. And since you and I are splitting the slide, but I'm Andrew McCullough from the city of San Rafael. At the State of the City dinner this past spring, which is co-hosted by the city of San Rafael and the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce, Marine Clean Energy won the Chamber's Joe Garbarino Green Business of the Year Award, which is a big deal in San Rafael. Joe Garbarino, as some of you know, is the longtime CEO of Marin Sanitary Service. And the award was created in his name and in his honor because of all of the fine work that Marin Sanitary has done over the years in achieving a near zero waste goal. They've been a leader nationwide in that effort, and it's fitting that this award was bestowed on Marine Clean Energy because some of us think that Marine Clean Energy really occupies the same pole position in its segment as Marine Sanitary does. So really honored to see that the Chamber saw fit to bestow this award on Marine Clean Energy.
Thank you. The second one is Artera's 2015 Business Environmental Innovation Award. I'm pleased, obviously, to mention everybody how great it is that Marine Clean Energy got it, but I had to research for myself who is Actera. So Actera is an environmental nonprofit serving the Silicon Valley. And the name Actera comes from action, act, and terra, earth. So it's action for the planet. And its mission is to bring people together to create local solutions for a healthy planet. They had 4 categories for the Business Environmental Awards. One of them was environmental innovation, then environmental project, sustainable built environment, and then the Actera Award for sustainability. And Marine Clean Energy received the one for innovation. And it's in company with other companies like Google. So take that, Google. We got the Innovation Award. Okay, great. They have a lengthy, not lengthy, they have about a page worth about why Marine Clean Energy was selected. And it's the things that Dawn and her team talk about at our meetings each time. But it was nice to see the favorable comparisons to, investor-owned utilities and others that are in their reasoning about why Marine Clean Energy should enjoy it, and also the energy efficiency program, which they list as being administering a $4.1 million. But next year it's like, if Becky's thing goes through, it's like $10 million or something, right? We dramatically increase that, so 2 years in a row is what I'm thinking, Dawn. Okay. And then the last one is the Environmental Protection Agency's Marine Clean Energy was recognized as a green, they're green power communities. Okay, so according to the Environmental Protection Agency, green power communities are towns, villages, cities, counties, or tribal governments in which the local government, businesses, and residents collectively use green power in amounts that meet or exceed the Environmental Protection Agency's green power purchase requirements. And they have a special category for community choice aggregations that apparently only appear in California, Illinois, Ohio, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. And amongst those categories of the top, I guess there's listed 58. And the top 17 or so, virtually all of them are Marine Clean Energy members. So they had two ways to rank it. One of them is by the amount of power consumed, or rather the annual green power usage, and the second one is by percentage. So by percentage, Mill Valley, A+, my friend, well, I don't know where you are, but 31.3%. But Fairfax was the fourth community, Richmond, San Anselmo 7, Belvedere 8, tied with Tiburon. Yeah, okay. Richmond, Tom, you're in at 10. Ross at 11. Sausalito at 12. San Rafael at 13. Corte Madera 14, tied with Larkspur. Novato at 16, and County Marin down there at 17. Kate, you have your work in front of you. But then so here's two things. First of all, listen, Mill Valley, you can go to number 2, or any of us can go to number 2, which is a slight increase over Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. I mean, Pennsylvania. Okay. So, and then for annual green power usage, Tom, you're coming in even that way in the top 10. Number 10, Richmond, California. Nice work. So those are the 2 awards, and congratulations, nice work, Dawn and your team. Nicely done. That's all I got.
This next slide, we're going to hear from Director McCaskill.
Right, cleaner energy. I think we've all been reading in the press about SB 350. That was the hallmark legislation proposed by Jerry Brown in his State of the Union. And we've also, I think, all read the fact that it passed Assembly and it's on I think it's still on the governor's desk, but he obviously will sign it. Unfortunately, it got stripped out of the provision that would have reduced petroleum use in California, but nonetheless, it still increases the renewable portfolio standard to 50% by 2030. And as I think most of us know, that's a level of renewable energy that we achieved starting in 2012, 18 years before the 2030 state mandate. And we're obviously, I think, all very proud of that. Also, as I think most of our board knows, our rates this year are actually lower than PG&E rates. And according to the slide, that's saving our customers $10.6 million this year.
Director Butt is going to present the next slide, I think.
Yeah. And finally, one of the most exciting things is that we are becoming more and more self-sufficient, being able to develop energy sources that are within our service area. So these are 3 examples of recent projects that are coming online. The one on the top is a project on the north shoreline of Richmond, and they've just received their permission for PG&E interconnect, and they've signed their contracts with MCE, and they'll probably be online sometime next year. The other one is one in Marin County, the local solar project at 1.5 megawatts. And then probably the most exciting one, at least for me, is the one called Solar One, which is being built on a brownfield provided by the Chevron Richmond refinery as part of the community benefits agreement between Richmond and Chevron related to their $1 billion refinery modernization program. And ground will be broken on it in November. The first phase will be 2 megawatts, and then the rest of it will be built out before the end of 2016, and ultimately it'll be 10.5 megawatts. So again, it's one thing to be one thing to have renewable energy, and it's another thing to produce it all locally, and that's something that we're trying to do more and more.
Dr. Abbott?
Yes, is the slide in? I know I had the hardest one, I memorized it. But what's really exciting about this is our introduction of our 4 new member communities that joined us. We're really thrilled because a 30% increase in our customer base means that our customers get to pay less money. And that's a good thing for all the customer base. We're absolutely thrilled to have Benicia. And where's the representative from Benicia?
Perfect timing.
Perfect, okay. And you brought us how many new customers?
Oh,
A lot.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. Okay, good. That's great.
Dawn, you know,
About 16,000.
16,000. So thank you very much, and we're thrilled to have you. The next one's near and dear to my heart because this is my hometown, El Cerrito. And I was really excited when El Cerrito joined us. And where's the rep from El Cerrito? And you brought us how much space? Do you know?
We actually have more customers and 100% dark green, so I'm very proud of that.
Amazing,
And that's
absolutely.
including our council.
So yay, hometown. San Pablo is where my father actually had his business. He was a family practitioner, a physician, so I'm thrilled to have San Pablo here with Genoveve. And do you know how many you brought in?
No, I don't. I don't remember.
Okay, you
Dawn?
people are worthless. Dawn, how many were
Instead, it's about 8,000.
Thank you.
And to explain, it is a little tricky because there's enrollment rates and there's, number of accounts versus population. I'm sure you all know your population. But
Don't ask. And the last is the unincorporated Napa County, and our rep from Napa County.
Last chance, right?
Okay, last chance. Okay, this is the true test. Okay, Dawn, let's just go to you.
yeah, I think there were at about 11,000. Oh, 15. Okay, Jamie's got the real.
Well, again, thank you very much, and it's great to have a bigger family, so thanks so much.
And our final slide is going to be presented by Director Kohler.
Good morning. So I'm from Fairfax, and I was thinking this morning about, all the cities and towns in California that have climate action plans that are looking for ways to reduce their carbon footprint. And in Marin and now with our new cities and unincorporated Napa, we actually have kind of a little easier road to hoe, because one of the easiest things you can do is work really hard to get people joining Deep Green. It's 100%. When we looked at our climate action plan in Fairfax, we said the biggest bang for the buck is to really spend a lot of time trying to get people signed up to Deep Green. Now, I know this slide includes light green, but I just want to point out that, we have it easy trying to implement our climate action plan. There's lots of things we can do, but this is one of the easier things we can do. So just taking a look at this slide, nearly 60,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emission reductions between 2010 and 2013. And then eliminating carbon emissions of 12,500 cars per year. Carbon sequestration of nearly 50,000 acres of U.S. forests in 1 year. And I can tell you, carbon sequestration and, avoiding conversion of forests and wetlands and things to development is tough. So this is great. And also eliminating the energy use of nearly 5,500 homes for 1 year. So these are great statistics, and I think we probably want to thank Jamie for putting together kind of these easy, sort of tangible ways that we can get our arms around it. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Really exciting to kind of get an overview of some of the key accomplishments for the year. And before we move into item 2, Kate has a few comments that she wanted to make to kind of tee up the day.
Great, thanks, John. So, and welcome everybody. I realize I got here a little after the rest of you did, but I want to welcome you after the fact. All the board members to being here, and also the members of the public. And I think the slides that we just saw, so often we have these board retreats. In part, you can see the change in our organization by seeing the change in configuration of the tables. We're now so far back here for those of us, we need to be farsighted to be sitting back at this end of the room. And each year that we've had a board retreat, it's been a little bit of a different configuration. But I think the slides that we saw really say a tremendous amount about this organization, not just in terms of achievements per se, but in what's happening with this organization. And I think if you take the slide on local solar projects, for example, getting local renewable energy is something that we've talked about in this organization since day one. And I think it was always aspirational. It obviously still is aspirational. We want to expand it. But we always felt it was a little far off in the future that we were going to be able to achieve that target. And you see now with this slide of the projects that we've started and that are accelerating to have local renewable energy. That's an incredible accomplishment for an organization as young as MCE is. I think you also see it in our 4 new member communities. Every year we have conversations about, do we want to expand? Should we not expand? Is it going to impact the culture of the organization? How quickly do we want to go? What's the right thing to do? And the expansion that we've had as an organization over the last couple of years, I think has made just a phenomenal difference to our board and to this organization. It's brought in a lot of new energy, a lot of new areas of our county, a lot of new competitive spirit right on our board. We got to beat El Cerrito and the deep green population that you have that now has created a good goalpost for the rest of us to make sure that we get up to. We obviously are very, very pleased about the metric tons of greenhouse gas reductions that we've achieved, but I think all of us perhaps have been surprised over the last couple of years about having lower energy rates. The fact that we have been able to do all of this is really phenomenal. But in addition to that, one of the things that I started thinking about when we first made the move into Richmond, and I think it was most obvious to me in our marketing efforts. And through the course of what it took to really amp up our marketing when we first went into Richmond and then we did our additional communities, what I saw was an organization that was really maturing. We weren't just sort of ticking off accomplishments and proud of ourselves, but we're really maturing as an organization. And so, as Don and I were talking about, well, what's a good theme? What do we want to be talking about at this board retreat? To me, it was really talking about where we've come as an organization and where we are now. And a lot of that is maturation in terms of our programs, our achievements, but also how the organization handles itself. And so Don, I think, is going to talk to us a lot more and give us some more examples about how this business is turning into a much more sophisticated operation than I think it was even 4 years ago when I joined the board. So this is a great place to be, and I'm glad that everybody's here. I think we've got a wonderful board. It's great to see the public turn out. And Don, you want to give us some more specifics?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as an agency, we've always had a very high bar for performance, and we've set our goals very high and been successful in achieving those goals. But I think what's been different about this year is really the way that we've matured as an organization and grown, and started to take things that were being done on an ad hoc basis initially and really develop systems to make sure we can continue to function in an efficient and effective way. And just a few examples, we established departmental goal setting in 2015, and you're going to hear report outs from some of our directors this morning on progress towards those goals, and we're preparing for an even more comprehensive strategic planning effort for 2016. We also built a comprehensive compliance tracking system that covers all 48 of our various reporting obligations, and we have staff folks assigned to each of those, and we're monitoring those closely. So that's a new system in place that will serve us going forward. We've begun distributing quarterly legislative updates to the legislature and to emerging CCAs around the state, and we're really serving as a leader among emerging CCAs and at the CPUC and the legislature. We're kind of being seen as the go-to place for a lot of decision making on that front, and that's exciting to see. We host 3 separate regular calls among existing and emerging CCA directors, regular calls with communications staff and regular calls with regulatory staff, and this gives us an opportunity to provide leadership, coordination, and facilitation, and to make sure that we're working collaboratively with the other efforts around the state. This year we convened a CPUC joint CCA IOU meeting this summer that included the CCAs not just here in Northern California, but also included Lancaster and Southern California Edison. It was really exciting to have all of those folks at the table together talking about how everyone can comply with the code of conduct and facilitate CCAs across the state. We've established collateral funds on the finance front and reserve targets that will allow us to procure outside of our initial supplier finance relationship, and we've reduced our reserve requirements there by half just in the last month because of our financial strength. We've also been asked to present our model to the Global United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change this December, where the state of California will have a strong presence. So our model is being picked up and is of interest really in far outside of our service territory. So these are just some examples of the maturation that we've seen over the last year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Megan, actually, who's going to be presenting just a couple of slides on highlights for our energy efficiency program and how we've worked towards our 2015 goals in that sector. Go ahead. And I should also say Megan Duran is a member of our energy efficiency team, for those of you that haven't met her before. She's been with us for quite a few years now and works quite a bit with our multifamily program and our one-on-one doing energy audits, retrofits, and working with a lot of our vendors. So thanks so much for being here, Megan.
Thanks, Don. Good morning. So as Don mentioned, I'm Megan Dorn, an energy efficiency specialist here at MCE. And this morning I'm going to present to you briefly on our progress towards our 2015 goals, as well as how we plan to hit the ground running in 2016. Maybe. Okay, so if we had the right PowerPoint, it would be a slide of our 2016 goals, our 2015 goals and progress towards that. So without giving you the exact numbers, for multifamily, we're 5% of the way towards our KWH goals and 61% of the way towards our thermal goals. And so I know that seems really low, but we have a robust pipeline of committed projects that we anticipate closing this year, and that accounts for over 100% of both of our KWH and thermal goals. For our small commercial, thank you. So for small commercial, we're halfway to both our therm and kilowatt hour savings goals. So we're really excited about that, and we're going to keep plugging away to get as much as close as possible to those goals. Our single family, we have 46% towards KWH and 15% towards our therm goals. And with that, we're currently working on developing a campaign with some local community partners to get additional action plans in the door and hopefully incite some behavior changes and increase our savings in that program. And so this might look familiar to most of you. I think you see it in your staff reports. It's a monthly visual depiction of some of our metrics that we track as well as our savings. I think it's important to note on here that since 2013, our program inception, we've given about $400,000 away in rebates for projects between commercial and multifamily, so I'm really excited about that. And then towards our 2016 program goals, I know most of you have heard a lot about our 2016 application and that we're moving towards the rolling portfolio. So to launch in our 2016 programs, we're going to continue on with our same budget and same savings goals until we have until our plan is approved for the new programs. For multifamily, we currently have a robust pipeline, like I mentioned, for 2016 already of committed projects that we anticipate closing there. And that will bring us pretty close to oversubscribing our program again. So I'm really excited about that. With small commercial, Katie is working with the San Rafael Chamber to do an outreach campaign and hopes to transfer that model to all chambers in our service area. So if any of you have contacts with your local chambers, we would really love an introduction so that Katie can continue that campaign. With single family, I know Becky has asked you all to go on to the My Energy tool and create an action plan. I'm curious how many people have actually done it.
Nice.
Sorry, the contacts are a little blurry. Leslie, great. So for those of you who haven't done it, do you mind sharing maybe why not, or what we could do to motivate you? Because I think that would help us, motivate.
I'll start off. My house was built in the 1880s, and that online plan will not capture the problems in my home.
Is that an assumption, or have you tried?
That's an assumption.
Okay.
Based on everything anyone said about what's online.
Yeah, actually, at the 2 board meetings ago, when it was discussed, or 3 board meetings ago, I attempted to go online in the middle of the meeting, and you needed your account number or some information that I didn't have.
Okay.
So instead, I used the tool itself and went through it and realized that in some ways, like Kate, I was unlikely to achieve any savings with the sort of toolkit that was provided. But lacking that information and having to go find it in my bill, it put me off. I mean, it made me postpone the activity.
That's great feedback. Anyone else have any thoughts that we might be able to work on? No? Leslie?
I went through the whole thing, and there were several hundred actions I could take, but there hasn't been any follow-up ping that would say, have you done this?
Okay.
Or a connection to, how I might start on this long list of things that I could do. So if I went back to it, I could say, well, gee whiz, I haven't done a damn thing. But so, it was interesting and helpful in terms of thinking about it, but not the next step, which is actually doing something. So if there's a way to work the action plan into more than just an online list, so that people could be prodded to start somewhere. I think that's sort of the thing that makes all of us stop.
It's like a roadblock.
And I'm certainly more engaged than probably the average person is in the county. So if I'm stuck, I'm thinking that that's going to be a hurdle for most people.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
I should have told you a couple months ago.
Better late than never.
So I haven't done it either, but, and part of it is because my energy use is really low. Minimal, dominant. But I haven't done it. But I have a couple comments that maybe would be helpful. So Andrew mentioned you need your account number. And this is one of the things that has been a sticking point for us being able to sign people up to Deep Green and Fairfax is people don't come with their bill, so Allison sits with us, and Allison now has a program where she can search for it. And so one thing I would suggest to you to not get people put off to go hunt for their bill, if there's a way to put in your name and address, that may he
And then
probably
it finds it and
appreciates
leaves
I
it.
can pull out my bill, but.
Yeah, I think that's a
But
good
it might be
idea.
one option. The other thing I would say, and not having done it, I'm just presuming it doesn't do this, but where the program can also point out incentives or rebates. So let's say I do it and I say, oh, you need new windows or you need this, where the program can pop up and show you that. And one of the problems with energy efficiency is the incentives are so low. They're not very good, and with the governor's new mandate, I think that's a huge challenge. There wasn't a lot of money thrown at it. So I think to the extent that you can add that, the easy way to get in, and then potentially where some incentives might pop up, or at least suggestions, that might encourage people to take the next step, including, the paying is a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And just a note on the windows, everybody loves Windows, everybody wants new windows, but Windows don't save that much at all, so we're not allowed to rebate them at the high levels that people would hope based on the actual cost of installing new ones.
And Megan, as you're wrapping up, could you just introduce Katie real quick?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I was
Come up to her
looking her
later.
in the back. So this is Katie Elliott. She's the newest member of our team. She manages the small commercial program and the financing program she's going to be working on.
Yeah, so if any of you have chamber contacts or other suggestions on how we can grow our small commercial and eventually comprehensive commercial, please find me at the break or the lunch.
You're the name I need to give my chamber person.
Yeah, that would be great. Megan, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you guys for your feedback.
And now we're going to hear from Jamie Tuckey, who is our communications director, and she's going to give us an update on achievements to date this year.
Great, good morning, everyone. So in your packet, you will see a detailed report on the 2015 goals for the communications team and the progress towards achieving those goals. So, Carol, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is a slide that is just a brief overview that highlights some of the progress towards achieving these goals. One of our biggest goals of the year, and certainly the most important project for my team this year, has been expanding our customer base by 30%. So one of our goals was to develop new community relationships in those new communities through outreach and enrollments. We did this, actually, can you go back real quick? Thanks. We did this by creating community outreach plans, creating community leader advisory groups within each of those communities to inform our outreach strategies, and participating in community meetings and events. To date this year, we participated in about 184 public meetings, presentations, or events. And one of our key indicators of success for these new communities is that between the 4 new communities, we're seeing really high participation rates. Between the 4 of them, on average, the enrollment rate is 87%, which is really great. One of our other goals this year was to increase our light green customer base by enrolling customers who had previously chosen to opt out. We're serving about 170,500 customers today, and our enrollment rates are increasing, which is something new this year, and it's really great. What we've seen in the past is that our enrollment rates decrease as customers opt out, but this year we're seeing customers who had previously opted out deciding to enroll in MCE. So our customer base is growing, and that's independent growth of the new community enrollments. One indicator of success in this area this year were the Marin school districts that enrolled. We had several Marin school districts who had previously opted out decide to enroll in light green this year. The Sausalito, Marin City, Mill Valley, and Nevada Unified School Districts all enrolled this year, and they're cumulatively saving about $50,000 on their electricity bills. Another goal of ours was to increase deep green enrollments, and we saw a really significant increase this year. In fact, deep green has gone up by about 35% since January of this year. So we're really excited about that and continuing to work to move our deep green participation up. Another goal is to promote local soul. Some of you might have joined us for the field trip that we made to the Nevada Coulee Quarry construction site in May this year. Today, we have about 94 customers on the waiting list to sign up for Local Soul. So that's really impressive. Local Soul isn't even available yet. We expect to be able to serve about 200 customers on the local Soul service option. That will vary depending on customer usage, but we're about halfway there. We're continuing to promote local Soul by doing advertisements, and we're in the process of creating a video showing a time span of the construction of the solar project at the Nevada Coulee Quarry. Another one of our goals was to expand and strengthen MCE brand awareness. You're all aware of the summer and fall strategic multimedia advertising campaign that we have underway right now throughout all of our service areas, focusing on deep green, light green, local Soul, energy efficiency, job creation, new local and in-state renewable projects, and cost savings. We're planning this year and throughout 2016 to have our advertising campaign ongoing throughout the entire year, so there aren't big gap months where we're seeing our ads fall off. We also expanded our social media outreach quite a bit this year, and we saw a 35% increase in followers on our Facebook and Twitter pages. Another goal that we have is to encourage PG&E program equity across all customer classes. This one has to do with outreach and communications as far as PG&E's call center is concerned, and making sure that their call center representatives are providing correct and accurate information to our customers, treating them fairly and according to the law. We've developed really great relationships with PG&E staff. We have weekly meetings with them, we have regular calls with them. We review any issues that are brought to us by customers and address those as they come up one by one. So that's been really helpful for us. On the other side of things, it gets a little more technical when you're thinking about bills and the different programs that PG&E offers. An indicator of success here has to do with customer deposits. So PG&E collects deposits from some of our customers, or any customer, when they create a new account. Before, when an account was closed, PG&E would apply all of that deposit just to the PG&E charges, so we'd kind of be stuck. If the customer didn't pay, we'd have to send them to collection. They've changed that, so now the deposit can be split between the PG&E charges and the MCE charges. Another goal that we have this year is supporting new CCA startups and expanding customer choice options throughout California. You all know we've been busy helping other communities, Alameda County, Contra Costa County, Mendocino County, San Mateo County, and LA County, to name a few. And like Dawn mentioned, we're also working closely with the other CCAs that are up and running, Sonoma Clean Power, Lancaster Choice Energy, and also now working with SF Clean Power to work with them and provide any help that we can as they prepare to launch in January. Another goal that we had for our team was to support the legal team in communicating, especially to legislative and regulatory folks. One of our goals is to help create materials to explain some of the more complex topics and make them digestible to a wide audience, a variety of people. Those are things like PCIA and CAM. Indicators of success here are doing things like distributing the quarterly CCA update to our legislature and other CCA communities. And then the last goal that we have here is promoting energy efficiency, and again, making sure that we're really including energy efficiency in all of our team's community outreach efforts and advertising efforts. We've been facilitating introductions to businesses that we've developed close relationships with to help encourage them to participate in energy efficiency. Think about creating ties between deep green and energy efficiency so that they can do things through our EE program to offset the extra cost of deep green. We're currently in the process of creating 3 new videos for the EE program as well to explain how the different programs work, and we'll be using those in our advertising and also the other community outreach methods that we use. Oh, next slide. Thanks. So for the communications team, our goals from 2015 are going to carry over through 2016 as well. But we have some new goals that I wanted to mention that we'll be looking at going forward this year and in 2016. So obviously we're in a competitive marketplace, and I really believe that the customer experience is incredibly important. We want to make sure to provide all of our customers, quality interactions every time. We want to make sure that we're leaving a good impression with them no matter what the interaction is. So a big part of that has to do with our call center. In the last year, we've had about 19,000 calls come into our call center. So we're pretty busy. We see pretty high volumes, and I think that's good news. But we do a lot of things to make sure that the call center is doing the best that it can. We do test calls and pretend like we're a customer just to see how they're doing. We also implemented a call satisfaction survey earlier this year, and about 10% of the callers are willing to take that customer satisfaction survey. And 93% of them are saying that it's easy to connect, 94% of them are saying that the questions are answered, and 94% of them are satisfied. So we're pretty happy with that. We'll be continuing to monitor it, make sure those numbers don't decrease, and hopefully that they increase. We also see that of the people who call in to our call center who request to opt out, about 7% of them will change their mind on average and decide to stick with MCE once they find out a little bit more about our program. Another goal that we have for the coming year is to create and implement a strategic and goal-oriented sales outreach plan. This is to help support more like green enrollments, Speed Green enrollments, and local soul. And we really want to work, again, on fostering our existing and developing new community relationships. Since well before MCE started, our community relationships have been fundamental to our success, to helping spread information. And I mean, we've seen it across the board from getting deep green participation, general education, all of the community events, different organizations who go out and canvas for us, which has been really great. So we want to make sure that we can leverage those and build new existing relationships. Sorry, new, not new existing, just new relationships. You also probably saw in your packet that there is it is a Community Relations 2015 report. It's a pretty extensive and detailed report. It's only from 2015, so it's not comprehensive with all of the outreach that we've done, but it gives you a pretty detailed idea of the different organizations that we've worked with this year to share information about MCE and how we've partnered with them. We've contacted almost 500 different organizations and businesses this year to share information about MCE. And looking ahead, we've got some great project plans to further enhance those relationships. Next week, on Tuesday, September 22nd, we have our advocacy training workshop that we're hosting at our offices. If any of you here would like to attend, we'd love to have you. We do ask that you RSVP because lunch will be provided, but you can touch base with me during the break or at lunch if you'd like to attend. Let's see, we are also going to be hosting a workshop for solar installers later in the fall this year throughout the Bay Area to make sure that they know about our net energy metering program. And early next year, thanks to a great idea that was offered by your board, we'll be hosting a student workshop to talk about renewable energy and energy efficiency and inviting students from schools throughout our service area to participate in that. The last thing that I wanted to, actually, can we go to the next slide? Thanks. The last thing that I wanted to mention is our plans to further enhance our relationships with our member municipalities. So that's really all of you and your colleagues at your cities and towns and counties. We're going to start providing quarterly updates to each of our member communities. We'll distribute the first quarterly update next month, and we'll be sending that via email, and we'll also be providing hard copy of the newsletters so that you can distribute them in your city halls and public offices so that they're available to people who come in to visit you there. We'll be including general information about MCE. We'll also have a community spotlight so we can talk about some of the programs that you all are doing, especially things that relate to sustainability and MCE. And we'll be continuing to apply for EPA Green Power Communities on behalf of each of the member municipalities. And you guys all might have also heard of the Cool Challenge California program. We are going to be acting as the administrator for any member community who wants to participate this year. It is administered by Energy Upgrade California, and it's a program that encourages residents to take action to reduce their carbon footprint. One of those actions is actually using the My Energy tool that Megan was asking you guys about earlier. So it's sort of a win-win because of any city that participates, it will help to get them to achieve their climate action goals, It'll also help our energy efficiency team to achieve the goals of more users on the My Energy tool. And any member community who participates will actually receive a monetary award that is basically equivalent to the corresponding carbon reductions from the program participants. So that is it for my update, and thanks so much.
Question for you, Jamie. I'm
Sure.
glad to hear about the Marin County school districts that have signed up again. And I know you were making an effort to see if we could get, particularly sort of swinging our focus back to Marin County after we'd expanded into Richmond, and making an effort to try to get people who may have opted out in the past to come back. Have we gotten residential customers to come back?
Yes,
as well?
we have. We've definitely we've seen a lot of residential customers come back. We have an online form, like an email form on our website, and we get probably between 5 and 7 emails on average a day when we're not in an enrollment period. And I think like yesterday or this week, we had just a few random emails from residential customers who said they wanted to sign up for light green and they were opted out. So that increase that we're seeing in participation rates is not just because of commercial or municipal or school accounts, it's also because of residential accounts.
Yeah, Barbara?
Oh, just a question. So it's great that schools are starting to opt in. I'm wondering, I don't think you're in an enrollment period now, but
Correct.
I think one of the things I would request is maybe a focus on all school districts in Marin, and maybe a pitch for Ross Valley schools. Just because we in Fairfax, I'm on our climate action committee too, so a couple of our members are trying to work with the schools, but I think it would be really great if you guys might be able to connect with the school districts, because that's going to be a huge amount, and it would probably be better coming from you than some of our members trying. So
Maybe in partnership.
yeah, we'd be happy to do that, but I'm saying broadly, if we can get most of the schools in Marin County enrolled, they're going to save some money right now, and it'll just be great for our county overall.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, comments from the board? Questions for the public? Leslie?
A couple things. One, you mentioned supporting SF Clean Power, and there are two ballot measures coming up for San Francisco in November. One is PG&E's, which is designed, I don't know that it's absolutely sure that they are going to be able to start in January, but I could be wrong about that. So that's H, Measure H in San Francisco. And Measure G, I think, is supported by the Sierra Club, and it is to counterbalance PG&E's anti-SF Clean Power Measure H. I just wanted to note that if you have friends in San Francisco, or you are a supporter of the Sierra Club, that they're in need of funds to continue to do outreach on those two measures. And you told me earlier this morning that you have you're in the theaters now.
We're not in the theaters yet, but we have, so you might remember at our last board meeting that Leslie suggested that we look into advertising in local movie theaters so we can play some of our videos there, and we have a contract in place so that we will be doing that throughout our service area.
Yeah, Tom?
I think something that would be really interesting is if you could get a few of these people who have previously opted out and come back into the fold to be able to, if they would be willing to tell you why they opted out originally, why they came back, and you know, maybe you give them some kind of a gratuity or something to let us use their story.
Get that on video.
Yeah, I think that'd be really powerful.
That's a great idea. I love that. Thank you.
And on the community engagement and activism piece, I think that's so important. I talked about our maturing as an organization, but the piece of it that we don't want to lose as we mature as an organization is the community engagement and activism. That's so deep in the DNA of MCE, of how the organization got started. We really saw it rolling out in Richmond and some of our other new communities. I think that's just key to our operations. So I'm glad you're doing these advocacy workshops, and that's continuing to be a very strong piece of how we engage with the community.
Thank you so much, Jamie. And we're now going to hear from our legal director, Beth Kelly. While she's coming up, I just want to encourage you to look at the detailed list of goals and progress that's in your board packet. We are keeping these presentations pretty quick and quick overviews without a lot of detail because the detail is provided in your packet, but we encourage you to look at that. And also, definitely, if you look at one thing, make sure you look at the community relations report that Jamie referenced. It's in your packet. It's right after the communications slide deck that you all looked at. Actually, it's the second thing after that. But this has a really great overview of what we're doing in every single city and town and county. And there's so many organizations that we've reached out to over the last year alone. It would be great for folks to have a sense of who we're reaching out to and let Jamie know if there are any gaps that we see. With that, I'll turn it over to that.
Great. Carly, I think I should go to the first slide. So I was a little bit late this morning. I was about half an hour late. I was actually meeting with a really important deep green customer. This happens to be our newest deep green customer, and that's my niece, who was just born. And so I got to see our newest deep green customer in the hospital. And she, like her older sister, who's now 3, have been deep green since birth. And, you know, when I started at this agency, I started working with Dawn at the end of 2008. And to now be in a place where I can say something like, I have 2 nieces who have been deep green since birth, is a bigger achievement than you might imagine. It has been an incredible challenge and an incredible honor to work here. So everybody, thank you for my tardiness this morning. So I just wanted to sort of hop into what our goals and accomplishments have been. First, I just wanted you to kind of meet our team and see how we're structured here internally. So I'm the legal director, and some of my team, if my team could stand up, those of us who are here, you can stand up, that'd be great. Sorry. So Shalini Swaroop is our legislative and regulatory counsel. She has done a huge amount of work up in Sacramento this year. Jeremy Wayne is our senior regulatory analyst, and he's the technical master of all of our regulatory proceedings. Cece has recently joined us as our regulatory analyst. Martha Sarians has been doing an incredible amount of work and recently took on all of our compliance obligations. That was recently transitioned to our team, so that's Martha's responsibility, and we are very lucky to have Leanne supporting us, who started this year. So my team is fantastic, and I couldn't be more grateful. So thanks to my team. I just wanted to let you all know a little bit about what my team does. You know, we're called the regulatory team, and we're by the reg team. But I just want to outline a few of the things that we do. We manage all of our legal transactions that come through the agency. We manage all of our regulatory relations, not only at the California Public Utilities Commission, but also at the CEC, CARB, CAISO, and in other venues. We run all of our compliance. We do all of our legislative work. We do intellectual property. We now have trademarks for light green, deep green, and local soul. Local soul just came through the district. We do our implementation work. We work with PG&E on the thorniest implementation issues for getting things up and running. Issues that often require regulatory engagement, regulatory solutions, or legal negotiations. We also provide advisory services internally on ethics, confidentiality, Brown Act, Public Records Act, and others. So we keep busy. So our goals in 2015 seem a little bit general, and really what we intended with our 2015 goals is it's getting back to this idea of maturity. So how do we go from sort of getting up and running and doing things in a startup way to really being a lean and mean team? And so when we talk about getting more certainty at the commission and in the legislature and helping MCE staff be in the know, we've been building significant relationships both at the CPUC and at the legislature. We've been identifying key people to meet with. So this year, one of the people we chose to meet with is the head of the California Air Resources Board. And so Dawn had the opportunity to meet with Mary Nichols in a very helpful meeting, just so folks start to understand what CCA is, what CCA can do, and what our role is. Again, it's establishing us as the go-to source for information. We are the oldest CCA in the state, and we have a lot of experience. We have brought that together both through the legislative quarterly updates, but also through monthly meetings with the top regulatory folks at other CCAs, current and Clean Power SF, which is emerging. We've improved our internal time management. What we have now done is gone to a system where every single task that comes into my team is assigned an owner. And the buck stops with that person. We have a very specific delegation process, and that's something that we've implemented because we just have a lot in the hopper at this time. And so how do you make sure that all of your tasks are being completed in a timely and organized way? And then pursuing meaningful and strategic development opportunities. How do we make sure that the professional growth of our team is tracking, and so that they can be the best possible advocates, attorneys, analysts, that they can be and really represent our interests in the best possible way. So those seem kind of general, but really what it is it gets back to what Director Sears had brought up before about maturity. So how do we reach that point of maturity? So Carol, if you could go to the next slide. This just goes into a little bit more detail on each of those, and since we're running short on time, I'm actually going to skip that slide. And certainly you have all read our lengthy reports on our accomplishments, so I won't go into it. And in fact, I've talked with a couple of these key accomplishments that I haven't touched on, is we now have quarterly meetings at the CPUC. So top energy division staff, all of the investor and utilities, and all of the CCAs get together and we hash through tough issues and bring up emerging issues in that forum. They've been very effective, and that was something that has been launched at our behest. And we hosted the most recent one actually at MCE's offices. We succeeded in having some cost allocation mechanism reform. This is one of the several exit fees that are charged to our customers. We ended up getting a win on the technical side that resulted in improved procurement for our team here, so for our procurement team. We also negotiated agreements with PG&E to allow for on-bill repayment, so just legal agreements. I'm actually going to skip over the legislative portion because this is going to be addressed in more detail by Shalini Swarup during the executive officer report. But we have had significant legislative successes. We have received, we have struck language that would have been significantly detrimental to CCAs. We have succeeded in stalling bills, making them 2-year bills where they haven't been beneficial. We have been successful in killing off bills. We have been successful in incorporating key language into the biggest bill that was passed this session, SB 350, which touches on the governor's 50-50-50 goals. So it has been a big year, so let's just hop forward. Okay, 2016 goals. So again, this is getting back to keeping the focus on staying lean and mean. That's the first item. How do we get even better at being even more focused and even more strategic about the approaches that we take? There are a lot of proceedings at the commission. How do we engage? There are a lot of bills up in the legislature. How are we most effective in those regards? And the second one I want to talk about, and I'll talk a little bit more at length on this one, is our goal is to make a measurable impact on the power charge and difference adjustment. So the PCIA, that's the power charge and difference adjustment, is the main exit fee that is charged to our customers. And that is charged to our customers by PG&E. All that money goes directly back to PG&E. And it's supposed to represent PG&E's above market cost of procurement before our customers left. There are a lot of flaws with this methodology. So first I'm just going to touch on our successes to date. just to show that there is potential for change. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about our strategies for this coming year. So one of our biggest successes was changing the methodology to incorporate renewables portfolio standard into those values. That just about halved the PCIA when that went through a couple of years ago. And that was really an MCE initiative, and we worked with a lot of stakeholders to achieve that. And in particular, I want to call out John Alessi here, who is one of the top experts in the state on PCIA, who was instrumental in getting that changed. This year, we have been able to change the scope of a proceeding in order to address another technical issue called vintaging, which is how do you, what date do you count the exit fee from? It sounds small, but it's actually a very significant impact, and we've argued for it for years, and finally we have a specific proceeding where they said, yes, you can litigate over this issue and move forward. We have succeeded in having PG&E make load projections about CCAs in their long-term procurement processes. That's something that has not been done in the past. So this is another technical win, and it took work at the California Energy Commission. It took significant work at the California Energy Commission. It took significant work at the California Public Utilities Commission. And also awareness. We've had some significant bills last year. AB 2145 was a significant anti-CCA bill. And we've also been getting much more in front of the legislature. There's a lot more awareness about CCA and MCE in particular in those fora. So we're not starting at a clean slate. We're really building up our capacity there. So those are our achievements. Our achievements have been significant. Now I'm going to talk about our challenges, and this is where 2015 and 2016 come into play. So PG&E has proposed a 72% increase to the PCIA. That is, it would be funny if it weren't true. It is an incredibly steep increase. It is going to push the PCIA up to about 2 cents per kWh. So that means in order to be at or below all the baked-in costs, all of these exit fees, we have to be below PG&E's procurement rate, generation rate, by about 30%. So that is significant, and that is very much, that's directly attributable to the power charging difference adjustment, this exit fee that is being charged to our customers. It's worth noting that the way that the methodology works, on a per kWh basis, our residential customers are charged about double what commercial and industrial customers are. And in fact, in PG&E's service territory, PG&E charges our lowest income customers, those on the care rate, the PCIA. Southern California Edison and SDG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, do not. So we have significant fights ahead. We are launching, we'll just talk about 2015 briefly. We are undertaking significant initiatives in this year in order to stop or mitigate, more likely mitigate, the increases in PCIA before January 1st of 2016. It's sobering. And this charge has been volatile. It's been unpredictable, and it's been ratcheting up. We need a fix, and we're looking for it. We're looking for all paths, and we've been taking steps to short, medium, and long-term steps in order to achieve that reform. We also have, while PG&E has incorporated their load forecast into the long-term procurement plan, there are other areas where they have not incorporated CCA load forecast. So how else are we going to mitigate the PCIA? And I just want to note, just getting back to the figures on PCIA, this year our customers are going to pay $19.3 million to PG&E for the PCIA. Next year, it's expected that our customers are going to pay $30.6 million to PG&E for the PCIA. So that's what we're working on. And then So that's not the only thing that we're working on. We are working on launching in number 3 here, our very first application before the California Public Utilities Commission. So that's going to be launched this year, and that's going to continue through next year. That is in order to get money for our amazing 2016 and beyond rolling portfolio for energy efficiency services. And that is going to be big. It's going to make a lot of waves. This is a transformational change in energy efficiency. It's going to be a big lift, and we're looking forward to it. And then, just on a going forward basis, we're going to continue all of our collaboration with legal, regulatory, and legislative folks on CCA issues. Now that we're not the only kid in the sandbox, how do we leverage the resources that are out there to work both at the Public Utilities Commission and up at the legislature? Next. And that is it for my presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
The PCIA is the biggest existential threat we have to this organization.
I agree.
And I think we ought to be putting every resource that we can into that. What opportunities do you see coming up for the entity and for our board members to support the efforts of this entity to fight that issue?
Yeah, okay. So there are several things that are happening. There are things that are happening within the proceedings that we're working on. So this is a scoped issue. We've done significant briefing. We are also meeting with other CCAs to engage them on this issue. We're also reaching out to folks in the community to let them know the talking points and the issues. We're reaching out to legislators that we have good contacts with. And at some point, I would assume that if the grassroots does decide to become involved, I would assume they would go before the commission and voice their concern about these increases. So on a board perspective, I think that you can expect that we're going to be leveraging you. So do I have a concrete action item for you right now? I don't, but we'll probably be asking for letters and things like that from your communities.
Please do sooner rather than later.
Of course, thank you.
Question, do you have relationships with the governor's office? Given the governor's office new pillars, I think CCAs are a really important piece. Even though we're small compared to the larger entities, but I would suggest developing relationships with the governor's office as far as just starting to word that the PCIA is going to cause so much increase in costs that it could lose customers, not only lose existing customer base, but potentially not be able to get folks in. And I have some contacts.
Yeah,
So
we have very strong relationships with the governor's office. We have not yet had the opportunity to meet with the governor himself, but his top energy advisors, we have been working very closely.
So you've been working with Cliff and Ken?
Other comments, questions from the board? Questions, comments from the public? Beth? Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Beth. So we're going to be transitioning into our procurement discussion, and just as we do that, I want to note that effective procurement of power supply is really the foundation of much of our work here at MCE and has been since the beginning. I want to introduce our procurement team, which pretty much takes up this whole side of the table. We have Greg Brem, our Director of Power Resources, John Valesi, Kirby Dussel, and Brian Goldstein from Pacific Energy Advisors, who've been with us from the very beginning. And then Nick Shaw, the newest member to the governor's team, who's presented to you once before, but you may not have all had a chance to meet him. Thank you all for being here, and Greg, take it away.
Good morning, board members. I encourage you to ask any questions while we're going through this presentation. It's a little more interactive. Just a few highlights from this last year. We did have 4 fairly significant contracts that came into our portfolio this last year. We brought in the 40 megawatt East Bay Mud small hydro contract. We had some concerns about deliveries, but even in a drought year, they are delivering power as expected under the contract. We also brought in the 99 megawatt rising tree project, and that is online date. It's up and running right now, and it's delivering as expected as well.
Hey Greg, can I stop you for a
Sure.
second? Is that a live mic?
Yes.
Could you associate yourself with it more closely?
Is that a little better?
Maybe that is better.
It sounds really loud up here.
No, over here, we're a long way away. Yeah, do you see it? I don't know.
So also we have one of our first PPAs that we signed, an agency signed way back in 2012, I believe, was with the RE Kansas project. That project became fully online in November 23rd of this year. Excuse me, that was November of last year. RE Cottonwood was the first contract, and that came online officially in May of this past year. As a result of all these contracts, we've expanded our Bucket 1 resource pool to the point where we can actually reduce our Bucket 3 contracts, our Bucket 3 deliveries. That's going to be unbundled RECs. Does everyone know what the difference between the Bucket 1, Bucket 2, and Bucket 3 are? Give me a quick review. So the Bucket 1 products are where the energy and the renewable attributes are delivered as the same product in real time. The Bucket 2 products are where the renewables are generated at one point in time, and it's sort of repackaged and what's called firmed and shaped. So those projects, the renewable attributes and the energy are repackaged, but they're not necessarily generated at the same actual time point. The Bucket 3 products are projects that are generally outside of the state or are just the renewable attributes only, are not delivered with the energy. So we package those with system power to maintain the renewable attributes for those projects. So again, we've reduced those Bucket 3. There has been some legislation and power content label work that's sort of devaluing the value of those Bucket 3 products. So it's been sort of an aspirational goal of the agency to sort of reduce those Bucket 3 deliveries over time anyway. So as a result, last year in 2013, we had about 30% of our retail load was served by Bucket 3 products. The current year, 2015, we were expecting to be down to, what, 15% of that. Next year, with the board's approval, we may be way less than that. We'll be talking about that a little bit later in the procurement discussion. So as a result of all these contracts, in the short term, we have about 750,000 excess or surplus Bucket 1 renewable products that we can use to displace those Bucket 3 products. Excellent. So the recap of our goals for last year, one of the goals was to bring the MCE solar local solar project to get it broken ground. They did break ground in May, I believe. That should be expected to be online in March of this year. We also wanted to get the MCE Solar 1 project started. That project is in the middle of an EIR process right now. We should be wrapping the public comment period up on the 29th of this month. That project we expect to break ground in November. And that should be fully online by next October, November timeframe as well. We also had a goal to increase our greenhouse gas free content by 5% a year. We've done that. Our standing goal is 60%. In the past year, 2014, we were at 66%. And we'll be talking about some changes to potentially increase that in the coming years as well. We also had a goal to increase our lines of credit. We started out with no unsecured credit a few years ago, and we now have about $3 million of unsecured credit with our counterparties. We're hoping to increase that pool to about double that again this year, to about $6 million. We also did add a line of credit or a letter of credit facility with River City Bank for about $15 million. That takes care of about half of our collateral needs to cover us for the next couple of years in contracting for the conventional power supplies we need. We also had a goal to get at least half of our feed-in tariff projects in the queue online. We succeeded in that. We've actually got 3.8 megawatts of the 4.8 megawatt queue that are breaking ground. We have one project that will probably break ground early next year. And then again, the last goal we had was to effectively integrate roughly 142 megawatts of new projects. That was the Rising Tree Wind project and the 2 solar projects. Those are both online and at their deadlines. Is there any questions while we're waiting for the slides to come back up?
I just thought, Barbara, it might be a good idea, not all of us are as familiar with Bucket overview of the 3 different buckets and what that means?
Sure. Yeah, good.
With a specific example that sort of makes it concrete.
Okay. So we'll start with the bucket 1 product. So a bucket 1 project is where the facility is located in the state of California. So where the generation and the renewable attributes are delivered under the same contract. So a solar project or the wind projects would be a prime example of those. We actually get the energy delivered in real time as available basis, and then the renewable attributes are delivered as well. The bucket 2 project generally are not within the state of California. They're usually outside the state. They're usually a wind project or some other renewable project that possibly does not have a direct interconnection to our facilities, to our grid. So those projects generate in one time period, and then it's repackaged with energy delivery that is connected, so that the 2 sources of physical power and renewable attributes are not necessarily the same, but they are still considered to be a bundled product. And then the last source, the bucket 3, is where the energy is sold entirely separately from the renewable attributes. So in those kind of projects, the dairies are not connected directly, but the power is sold separately. So we buy the renewable attributes. Those are generally wind projects, our MCE certified project. Those make the majority of our deep green portfolio in the past. And again, because of our procurement of the bucket 1 products, we're going to displace a lot of that.
And that helps.
Okay.
And also from what I understand, so also ways to call those other than the main bucket as portfolio content categories.
Yeah, they call them PCC1.
You kind of use them interspersed, something like this. People ask me that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just a quick comment. If you can imagine, anytime renewable energy is produced and delivered to the bulk electric system, there are essentially 2 components of that energy that exist. One of them is the physical electric commodity, the electrons that flow onto the grid. The other is this kind of item called a renewable energy certificate, which represents the environmental benefits associated with that renewable energy production. And those renewable energy certificates, or RECs, those are essentially administered through a clearinghouse within the Western United States called REGIS, which stands for the Western Renewable Energy Generation Information System. And much like a certificate of stock or dollars within your bank account, you can transfer these certificates from one entity to another. You can buy them and sell them. You maintain accounts that have balances associated with these renewable energy certificates. And over time, in order to demonstrate compliance with both voluntary and mandatory standards, you can retire those certificates, or take them entirely out of service by putting them into a certain account. And so what Greg's talking about with each one of these buckets is really the association between that renewable energy certificate and the physical electric energy. And what the different buckets represent are essentially different associations, different relationships between that renewable energy certificate and the physical electric commodity. On the one end of the spectrum, you have the unbundled REC, or the bucket 3 REC, which is entirely separate and apart from the electric commodity itself. No delivery obligation for the electric commodity on the part of the seller. On the other hand, bucket 1, you have a fully bundled renewable energy commodity, which, you know, the physical electricity and the renewable energy certificate are contemporaneously delivered. So that's kind of, hopefully, that was helpful. Yes.
Kirby, what do we do with our own bucket 1 RECs that we generate off the top? Do we get to retain those?
Did you mean the bucket 1 RECs that are delivered through the Yeah, absolutely. So the owners and operators of those projects that we contract with, on a monthly basis typically, they will transfer those certificates to our account, and we will allocate those certificates based on compliance year in which we intend to use those certificates. And then ultimately, first of all, we kind of organize those within our broader account. So we have an account and then sub-accounts within that account. So we organize those certificates, and then we ultimately retire them by July 1st of every year. There's a deadline that's imposed. And so we take those out of service to the extent we intend to use those to demonstrate compliance with the renewables portfolio standard.
Yeah, Bert.
So on the bucket 3 RECs,
those are the recs that have provided fodder for critics of MCE to say that we're not really a renewable organization. We're just playing with paper, and we're just doing it on paper. So the more that we have bucket one recs that are associated with projects either that we control or that are in the state of California, and those displace the bucket three recs, the consequence is really an answer to that kind of criticism that MCE really isn't in the renewable business. We're just playing around with paper. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's really been robust philosophical debate about the use of unbundled recs, and that debate has really kind of grown and heated up a bit over the last few years. And I think one of the primary ways to fend off criticism is focused on the use of unbundled renewable energy certificates is to do exactly what MCE is doing.
Right.
And quite frankly, what they plan to do from day one.
Right.
Which is bring the sources of power closer to home, meaning first within the state, and then to the extent practical, as close to their customers as possible, and then defer the use of those other unbundled products. So yes, I think what you said is right on point.
Great. Good job.
And that's exactly the case. To the extent we can do that without affecting rates, that's been a goal for us from the start.
Kevin, did you have a question?
No, actually, for
So on the screen right now, we have a slide representing our load and resource balance. This is sort of an hour-by-hour view of where all the contract deliveries come from to serve our customers right now. The sort of goldish line there on the top is our load, and each of those little stacked bars represents the different generation sources that we have. The largest blue sector on the bottom is currently the Shell contract, which is system power, and all renewable deliveries. You can see kind of the green section in the middle of the day where most of the solar power is generated from a couple of large solar projects. Excellent. So then moving forward for 2016, we'll be talking a little more in depth about possibly some changes on policy goals this year for our integrated resources plan. But initially, we're hoping to get the MCE local solar project from 90 to a 90% subscription rate, so about 180 to 200 customers on that. Solar One, we're expecting to have it to be commercial operation date of November of 2016. We're hoping to expand our pool of counterparties. These are the folks that sell us power for what would be the non-renewable portions of the portfolio mostly. We are pretty much 100% covered on all our renewable requirements for the next 3 or 4 years. So we're only looking for...
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Would you like me to repeat?
You do that like
You just have that queued up.
So on the conventional power goals, typically we try to buy power in what is called the 25 megawatt block, which is sort of a standard market block of power. We need about 3 to 6 of those to come into our portfolio starting after 2018 to replace the Shell contract. So we're in the process of actively going to the market now looking for those contracts. We'll be talking about also substituting some greenhouse gas free product for a substantial portion of that a little bit later in the presentation as well. And then our MCE renewable portfolio content. Currently, we are at 50% renewables. We're going to be talking about potential change in that, obviously, to eliminate the bucket 3 products, and also to increase our renewable content from 50% to up to an 80% product. And so both of these strategies that we're going to talk about were presented to both the technical committee and executive committee, and we took some of their feedback and sort of readjusted some of those goals. Our local development, we also would like to get at least one more new project similar to the MCE Solar One project. We have 2 sites we're looking at in Napa County right now, and we're obviously looking around the rest of our new areas as well, community expansion. Our FIT queue now being fully subscribed for the 5 megawatts and pretty much in development. We want to get another 5 megawatts in the queue this year. The total queue potential was increased to 15 megawatts. So we'll try to get 5 this year and hopefully 5 in the next, and then we'll be fully subscribed. So this slide sort of generates what's called the load stack. So this represents all of the products that we have. The little yellow wedge there you can see on the far left is the bucket 3 products. So you can see that they're reducing to close to zero in the next couple of years. The large green portion on the bottom is our bucket 1 products. Again, because of these short-term contracts that we did and just came out online this year, we have a little excess. We're going to be displacing those bucket 3 products. Yes.
On the gray part, that's your fossil fuel or nuclear. Do you have guidelines on the procurement of how much would be natural gas versus coal versus nuclear?
Most of that is actually natural gas. We specifically do not try to not contract for coal or nuclear power. There's a small portion of system power that is sort of baked into the California mix that everyone gets a piece of, but in this case, we're not contracting for that directly. Any other questions on this slide? Okay, next slide. So now we're going to be a little more in-depth. I'd like to invite Nick to come up and give me a hand with this. So these are part of the strategies we talked about for changing our integrated resources plan. So currently we have a goal of 60% for our carbon-free, GHG-free products. So that our standard, the first slide or first wedge there on the left is what the portfolio would look like sort of as business as usual. It would be 50% renewable products with 15% bucket 3, 5% bucket 2, and 30% bucket 1. About 11% hydro, and then about 39% greenhouse gas free. So this is the way the existing portfolio is designed going forward. We like to bring these 3 strategies to you. So first strategy would be to increase, actually pretty much eliminate the bucket 3 product, focus on bucket 2 and bucket 1. So that would be split between 75% bucket 1 and 25% bucket 2, which would mean that of the 50%, we have about 35% of our renewables, or our portfolio would be bucket 1, 12% bucket 2, 3% bucket 3, and 11% bucket, greenhouse gas free, large hydro, sorry. So this strategy right now, because we have the excess from our contracts that just came online, there would be pretty negligible impact to our rates in the next 3 years through 2018. If we were to extend this as a policy in through 2025, we could expect about a 2% increase in rates in 2025. So again, initially, very little impact to rates to replace the bucket 3 with bucket 1. And then at the end of the term, we have about a 2% increase in rates. So the next strategy then would be to, beyond that, and these are all cumulative strategies, so the percentage rate increases they're talking about are sort of a cumulative effect. The strategy 2, we would maintain the same portfolio content on the renewable side, but we would step up our large hydro to 45% with a goal of a 95% carbon-free portfolio. And this would increase our rates about 3 to 6% in 2025. And then finally, as the last option, sort of the gold standard option, we originally talked about doing possibly 100% renewable portfolio, but the feedback from both committees was that that was probably not sustainable, and we kind of agree. So we pulled that back to an 8% renewable content, and that would also reduce our large hydro exposure as well, which is in the drought situations a bit of a quandary. So that proposition would have about an 8 to 11% impact on rates. So with that, do we have any questions on different impacts on the rates of effect, or is there any preference or guidance from the board?
It's probably important to that the last strategy, when you say 8 to 11%, that's over a 10-year period.
That's the effect that it would have in. So if rates were, that's the effect of that over what we can normally expect. So we're still going to have.
Right, but over a 10-year period. So over a 10-year period, you're talking about roughly 1% a year increase, over and above what our other rate increases might be.
No, this would be specifically just looking at that year.
I mean, you can assume but it would
be phased in over time.
Yeah, it wouldn't be 8 to 11% per year between now and 2025. Cumulative over that 10-year period, that would be the cumulative increase.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's also important to point out that this is the increase projected above what we might otherwise see in our rates. So there may be other factors that cause our rates to go up or down. But this would be the premium that gets added on for that type of procurement based on where we see the market today.
I have a question. With the large exposure that I see here on the chart with hydropower, hydro availability, with climate change and knowing that we're going to have more of these drought years, can you explain that to us more in depth on strategy 2 there? I'm a little confused about that, and I just want to make sure that with hydro availability, that our Fluor knows that with climate change, we are going to have some difficulty dealing with water.
And I can offer that for hydro resources, we generally use the driest year scenario, so sort of the worst case production in our planning. So if we do have excess generation, that's sort of a bonus. We've allowed for some contracting flexibility where we get even more generation than we expect. We don't necessarily have to take that. So we're always planning on the worst case, the driest year.
You know, I think there's also an element of regional diversity as well. So we're talking about not only drawing from potential hydroelectric resources within the state of California, but also
Kirby, a little louder, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're talking when we look at large hydroelectric production specifically, I think it's important to consider that, you know, we're really taking into account regional diversity with regard to this resource, not just in-state hydroelectric supply that might be available, but also hydroelectric resources that exist throughout the entire western United States, and in particular the Pacific Northwest, where hydroelectric supply tends to be a bit more abundant than it is here. So,
you know, I think it's a very legitimate concern that you've expressed, and I wouldn't encourage us to put all of our eggs in the hydro basket. I think in the short term, we see ample supply opportunity, but this is a sort of a new market where buyers are looking for carbon-free power, and we don't. And the supply is not growing. Right? Nobody's building new large dams, so we're a little concerned that if there's more and more demand and the supply is not able to expand, that that's going to drive up the premiums. Whereas with renewable power, we know that's expandable. So I think maybe considering a more balanced approach, ultimately over the long run, is going to be a better option for us.
That's true.
So question, I had similar concerns about large hydro, and strategy 2 and 3 are kind of a big chunk hydro or not. And it seems like to me that maybe one of the options we may want to look at is something in between strategy 2 and 3. But another question I have is regarding the bucket 1 type stuff, which is a lot of natural gas from what I understand, typically.
Bucket 1, no.
No?
We don't do no natural gas.
No natural gas. Okay. So where is the natural gas?
Natural gas makes up the balance of our portfolio that's not renewable.
Right.
So right now, our goal is about 40 or 39% would be natural gas or greenhouse gas emitting.
And where would that be?
In each of those, so strategy.
5% in strategy 3.
The gray.
Okay.
Yeah, the small gray wedge there on each of those graphs.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I was mixed up because to me, that's another area we could get criticized on is natural gas is clean, but the extraction is not. So it's good to know it's small.
Yeah, the state in general, about 67% of the generation in the state of California is natural gas.
Right.
So then large hydro is about 7%.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Greg, for making, I'm sorry, did you have another question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Should have jumped in earlier.
No worries.
So for those folks, well, I imagine it's much of our residential customers who are very price sensitive. How do you, when you look at the 3 strategies and you look at the impact on rates, 2%, 3 to 6%, and 8 to 11% respectively for the 3 strategies, how do you project out what PG&E's rates might be over the same time period in order to determine where we will land if we adopt a given strategy relative to PG&E's rates?
That's a big question, and it really depends on what PG&E does for its procurement. But the fact that renewables is going to become a larger portion of their portfolio. They've actually contracted for a lot of that already. If to the extent that they do have more departing load going to CCAs, their actual renewable content will go up with probably very little rate impact to them. So it's definitely going to become more challenging for us to compete. Typically, large hydro resources are the cheapest source of energy and the most flexible in scheduling. So that's one reason why it is the most benefit. For roughly the cost of what we're paying for a bucket 3 product, we can have a greenhouse gas free product.
I think one of the challenges for all of us, we had extensive conversation on these different strategies in the technical committee and also in the executive committee. And I think one of the challenges for all of us is understanding how looking at a strategy and choosing a strategy fits in with actually setting rates. And I think it's important to remember that we're not depriving ourselves of flexibility each year and taking a look at how our strategies are working out, and given what we then each year discover about what PG&E is doing with respect to their rates or other market issues that may impact how we're doing business. So I hope that I'm right on saying that it's important to have this overall strategy that sets the umbrella, but it doesn't handcuff us from making adjustments that do take into account what PG&E does and other market forces. Right?
That's really helpful.
Tell me I'm right.
This might be a good time to just take a step back and talk about process a little bit. So what we're talking about right now is strategies that will be incorporated into our annual integrated resource plan update. And we go through this process once a year. We've discussed these scenarios, as Greg mentioned, in our executive committee and technical committee earlier in the month. And we're going to be bringing this back to your full board next month for consideration of approval. And so at this time, getting feedback from you on which strategies or which combinations of strategies make the most sense will be really helpful to us as staff in kind of honing in on one. And we'll be bringing the any adjustments that are recommended here will be brought to our technical committee in early October, and then we'll be bringing this back to the full board for approval in October at the board meeting.
Great. And I also wanted to acknowledge, Greg, thank you for making the changes that you did in Strategy 3 that came out of the conversations we had in the technical committee, too. I think that's very helpful. Bob, did you have something?
Well, Donna, this may be oversimplifying what you just summarized, but in the final analysis, our preference, I would think, would be Strategy 3, other than the fact of Andrew's question, what are the PG&E rates going to be? And that's where I think most of us get a little stumped, because presumably you and your staff are in a better position to try to give some guess, realizing it's a guess as to what PG&E rates might be, whereas the rest of us around this table have absolutely no ability to forecast that at all. And again, my assumption is that if we thought we would still be competitive under Strategy 3, that's a bit of a no-brainer. That's where we'd want to go. But until we have some kind of input from somebody about what the possibility, likelihood of PG&E rates are going to be, I think we're a bit stumped as to what the right answer is.
Yeah, so maybe just to echo what Director Sears said, that we have two separate tracks here that really are decoupled. So the integrated resource plan is really a long-range kind of visionary goal. Where would we like to be in 10 years? The rate-setting process, fortunately, happens after we know with certainty what PG&E's rates are going to be, at least for the beginning part of every year. And we do our rate-setting process with that information. So it's very possible that we might set a long-range goal in the integrated resource plan, and when we get to our rate-setting process each year, look at how far we want to move towards this plan. And if we see that PG&E's rates are decreasing for some reason and we're not able to move in the direction of this plan, 1 year to the next, that's not a tremendous problem. It's an adjustment that could be made on an annual basis. So I think the discussion here today isn't, what are our rates going to be, and are we concerned about rate impacts on customers, but it's really, is it important enough to us to select an aggressive strategy, knowing that it could have some impact on our rates, and knowing that we can make those decisions on a year-by-year basis.
Well, the question is, what should be our strategy without regard to what PG&E rates are? I guess my goal would be strategy 3. I mean, that clearly gives us the maximum renewable and maximally GHG free.
You know, obviously, we don't know what the PG&E rates will be in 2025. PG&E doesn't know what the rates will be in 2016. And so I think we're very aware of the uncertainty. But I think it's fair to say, MCE's rates have been competitive since 2010. Sometimes they're a little higher, sometimes they're a little lower, but they've been roughly equivalent. And so if we're talking about strategy 3, adding 8 to 11% on top of MCE's cost, I think it's reasonable to assume that rates might be above PG&E, because the baseline is we're going to be competitive, we're going to be near par. So without getting into specific projections and forecasts that are very, shaky in regards to their accuracy, I mean, I think it's important that you consider that this is a higher cost strategy, and if we're competing with PG&E, it's possible that MCE's rates would be higher as a result of this strategy.
It may be a higher cost strategy, but it's CCAs and MCE and the push for more renewable power over the last couple of years has actually brought down the price of renewable power considerably. So if we set a strategy or a goal like strategy 3, we are partially contributing to the more and more renewable power being brought on the grid, and therefore driving that price down. That's what we've seen over the last couple of years. And so we could see possibly a benefit, not necessarily to the degree of the rates, but not to necessarily the degree of the 10 or 11%, but I think we'll be within the same ballpark that other investor-owned utilities and CCNAs are charging their customers. So I think it's an excellent goal to go after strategy number 2.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I just want to point out, sitting on the technical committee, we definitely were leaning towards the revised strategy 3. But the other comment that it's not just PG&E's rates, but it's the conversation that we had just before on the PCIA. So it's the combination of that we're going to be dealing with. And although I certainly see striving for strategy 3, we have to make sure that we don't get to that point where we start losing customers. So, I mean, and that's the problem, that we don't know where we're going to be with that PCIA charge and how volatile that is. So it's a constant struggle, I think, for MCE to figure out exactly where we should be each year.
And I think we see each of these strategies as sort of stair-step approach. So in 1 year it might be easy to do only phase 1, strategy 1. In another year we can do all 3. So as the rate structure is considered and as the procurement happens, we can make those adjustments, and sort of it's not going to be as smooth a trajectory as we'd like, but over time we'll end up at the goal. I think that's the purpose.
Any other comments or questions? Any comments or questions from the public? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Greg. So Dawn, where are we now? I know that we're off
We'll make it to
schedule.
a break. So
Let's have a break.
We got started a little late, so we are behind schedule, but I think we can really accommodate a 5 to 10 minute break.
Super, perfect, thank you. All right. All right, everybody. This is hard to break down your chemical. Okay, Dawn, I think we're back with you.
Great. Thanks everyone for coming back so quickly. So we're going to move into item 4 now, and I'm going to start off with a little background. So back in September 2013, when we had our annual board retreat for 2013, we spent a lot of time discussing new community membership, and your board approved policy 007, which is in your packet if you want to review it. It's the new customer community policy. And it defined a process for including new communities in our territory. Following the approval of that policy in 2013 and 2014, we were busy implementing the policy by adding new communities to the membership. So after completing the enrollment of the new communities this year, between February and May, MCE staff and board members began to evaluate the benefits that have been achieved through implementation of the policy. And we also began to identify improvements that we may want to consider in the process moving forward. So back in June 18th of this year, your board established an ad hoc expansion committee that was made up of board representatives, many of whom are here today. Big thanks to them. They've been involved in these discussions around this issue since that time, and we've had a couple of meetings. We also had a number of meetings with our staff that really collected a lot of information, and we fed that information into the ad hoc committee discussions as well. And the focus of those discussions were really to review information collected to date and develop recommendations to bring to the technical committee and ultimately to the board to improve new community inclusion going forward. This ad hoc committee met in July and in August, developing recommendations that were subsequently presented and discussed at meetings of the technical committee and meetings of the executive committee. So there's been a lot of pre-digestion and a lot of discussion to get us to kind of a pretty clear recommended course of action today, which is really good news, I think. And again, big thanks to our board members who participated in that and our staff. Just as a review, some of the benefits that were identified by staff and the ad hoc committee include reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Now, these are benefits that have been achieved, and so it's not a theoretical at this point. So reduced greenhouse gas emissions, increase in renewable energy use, rate benefits throughout the MCE territory. There was very successful community outreach in all the new communities while maintaining a lot of ongoing successful outreach within our existing communities. We've seen local build-out opportunities already start to come to fruition, particularly with the big projects underway in Richmond now. Increased regulatory and legislative visibility, that's been a really big benefit as we've grown beyond just the bounds of our initial service territory. We've been able to incentivize the creation of new CCAs by having choices available and having examples for communities to follow. We've also seen new energy efficiency opportunities as we've moved into communities that have different load shapes and different building stock. We've also been able to add new and unique staff skill sets. So as we've grown and brought on more staff, there's been a lot more specialization, and that allows us to really cross-pollinate and have a stronger team to draw upon, which is really exciting. The ad hoc committee also discussed some of the challenges that we've seen with community inclusion and areas that could benefit from improvements. And so some of the suggestions from the committee include making some adjustments to the process of new community inclusion to streamline a bit more and reduce repetitive tasks or repetitive council actions that need to happen in the new community. So you'll see that reflected in the recommendations that I'll present in a minute. Another improvement strategy is ensuring that new community interest and commitment is determined up front to avoid potential delays that can happen when you have one community that's not quite at the same point in the process as other communities. That can have big impacts on our procurement processes and create other streamlining issues. Another area where we saw an opportunity for improvement was informational requests and making some changes to the membership application to have more requirements up front. Not really onerous requirements, but things that we're going to need from new communities anyway, putting that up at the beginning of the process rather than doing it in an ad hoc nature after the fact. Another area for improvement, we found that as the MCE board has grown, it's increasing in size, the efficient flow of information and level of engagement challenges can grow. And so we spent a lot of time talking about different options for governance to address that issue. And the good news is we kind of started with 3 good options, but have really focused in on one recommended option, which you'll see in your packet today. So that's exciting that we've gotten that issue figured out. The next area for improvement is just additional strategies built in upfront to collaborate with new communities in a more proactive way so that the new communities are engaged in distributing information, sometimes either through their website, having handouts at their front counter, and that sort of thing, which we've been able to do in most communities after the fact, but having that built in at the beginning would help streamline things. So those are some of the improvement strategies that were recommended. The general, kind of, before we get into recommendations, I want to also touch on some of the general guidelines that we followed that aren't explicit in the policy, and we didn't, after discussing them, we didn't feel like they needed to be added to the policy, but I wanted folks to be aware of these guidelines because they're sort of how we've been behaving in this space. One is that we want to continue to remain responsive to local government, staff, and elected officials in communities that have expressed interest in MCE service. Second, we really want to avoid inclusion of new communities in counties where CCA is currently serving customers. And this came up with Sonoma County when they weren't serving everyone in their community. We were getting calls from Petaluma, and we felt like it made more sense to focus our efforts in communities where there wasn't already an existing CCA program. So the committee recommendations, this is kind of the result of all the discussion that's been happening leading up to this point. The first is a couple of minor adjustments to Policy 007. One is to allow jurisdictions with a customer base larger than 40,000 to join through the affiliate membership process if they're already in a county served by MCE. So this would help with a community like the city of Napa, which may be slightly bigger than that threshold, but is within a county we're serving. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to serve all the communities around that city, but leave that city out. So that's one slight adjustment. And then another is an adjustment to the member designation for all prospective communities to maintain fair representation while keeping a manageable size of the board. And then item 2 is an adjustment to the affiliate membership process, just conforming to the strategies I just mentioned above. And then the last is making some adjustments to the membership application that requires more things to happen up front. So getting into the detail on these just a little bit, for those of you that may not have had a chance to look through all the materials, the changes to the membership application are requiring a few things. So we're looking for communities to not only give us the authorization to get load information from PG&E for us to analyze, but we're also looking for them to agree to help spread the word about the program and make sure that there's information about our program on their website, making sure that they do their public discussion before we do our analysis, and that would include the approval of a resolution to join subject to our board accepting the membership request. So that having those activities occur up front, also asking for assessors data on housing stock that will help us at the beginning of the process to be able to start planning for any energy efficiency services that we want to provide in that community. And then the fourth recommendation is the creation of an inclusion period. And this is an idea that actually is from back in the past, when some of you all may not know, but when we first launched service in 2010, only 8 of the communities we were in were members of MCE at that time. There were 4 communities that wanted to kind of wait and see and see how things went. Well, by the end of that year, things were going really well, and there was interest in reconsidering among those communities. And so we decided that the most efficient way to incorporate those new communities would be to do it at one time so that we could procure for them all at one time. We knew that if we were doing them as one-offs, the procurement process would be more costly and more inefficient. So we launched an amnesty period, and we invited those 4 communities to join. We gave them, I believe it was a 3 to 4 month window, and let them know that if they joined during that time period, they could do that at no cost. If they wanted to join later, there may be some cost because we'd have to be procuring separately for those communities. That amnesty program worked very well. Those 4 communities joined all at the same time, and it made our procurement for those communities really straightforward. So we thought we might apply that same approach going forward for communities that have expressed interest to date. And I'll talk about those communities in a minute, but just to explain how you would approach this, we would call it an inclusion period. It's not really an amnesty situation, it's more of a new inclusion opportunity. The inclusion period would be for communities that have already expressed interest, and it would give them what we are proposing as a 6-month window for them to take care of all the things in the membership application. And you'll see the membership application in your packet if you want to take a look at what that includes. It would include the adoption of an ordinance to join MCE, subject to our board accepting that request. And we would potentially offer this inclusion period between October 1 and March 31st, 2016. So that would give these communities time to do it. And then we would, on our end, there would be a lot more streamlining with regards to procurement and outreach and analysis that would keep things efficient enough on our side that we don't believe there would need to be any charge to the community to go through that process as we've done in the past. So that's the idea of the inclusion period. And I think the last recommendation I should explain just a bit further is the governance recommendation. So a couple of ideas came forward, and the one that has seemed to have the most interest and also seems to be the most aligned with best practices across the state is the idea of having going forward, not going backwards, but going forward for any new members that would join after January 1, that we would have, we would allow for 1 representative per county, and then also 1 city representative per county. But this would allow the cities jointly within a county to determine who they want their representative to be and who they want their alternate to be. That alternate could be from a different city or town potentially. And this structure would follow what we've seen with a lot of other regional bodies around the Bay Area that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's also a very common structure in other parts of the state with JPAs, where you have many cities and towns being represented, and it's a good way to keep the information flow streamlined, but also ensure fair representation. And one other element of this that will be important to ensure fair representation is that city representative, when there is more than 1 city being represented by that rep, their voting share would be weighted based on all of the cities and towns that they are representing. And so that will be an important way to ensure the same type of representation that we have now. During the last 6 months, MCE has received letters of interest from all 5 cities and towns in the county of Napa. Congratulations to you, Director Wagner, on all of that. So we see a lot of cities there are very interested in following in the county footsteps. We've also received letters of interest from Walnut Creek and Lafayette. Those 2 cities are located in Contra Costa County, if you don't already know. So those folks would be joining our existing Contra Costa members. And then in addition, we have received letters of interest from the City of Davis and Yolo County. And I think we have some folks here with us today from Davis and Yolo. Thank you very much for coming. We also have a representative from Lafayette back there, and other, yeah, thank you very much. So we have some new communities that may want to join here. But these letters of interest are exploratory letters. These are letters expressing an interest in dialoguing with us, finding out more about what process they might need to follow if they were going to go down the path of joining MCE. And so defining the process as we've laid out today in the recommendations will really facilitate their ability to determine next steps with some clarity and allow everyone to move forward under a clear set of assumptions. So I'll pause with that and would love to get feedback. I'd also love to invite any of the members of the ad hoc committee to chime in if you feel like there's anything that I missed or that you want to add to.
The question I had in mind is far too detailed for this. So I'll persist.
Okay, other comments, questions? Yeah,
Just
Bob?
a question, Don, are you suggesting we might vote on this today, or is this just a
Yes.
preliminary discussion?
Yes, no, there's been a lot of preliminary discussion, a lot of vetting, so this is presented today for us.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Yes, it is presented today for action.
Yeah, okay. Sloan?
Okay, I'm give great respect and deference to the technical committee and the hard work I know it's gone into the proposals. The only one that I have an issue with is the governance. To me, sort of a fundamental part of our organization is that everybody has a seat at the table. I just can't get away from it. It's hard for me to be persuaded. There's ever a time when any new community wouldn't enjoy the same benefits that Corte Madera does. And I certainly, on behalf of my own little town, wouldn't want to be a part of something where we didn't have a seat at the table. And there's a fundamental fairness to it that offends me just slightly. I think that part of what we do here is unique and different, and as recognized by the awards that we saw, innovative. And that innovation comes in part from the voices that we have when we have our meetings and the others. And I think that when you begin to truncate that for pure administrative purposes, it raises a tension that makes me very uncomfortable. To the extent that the reason why it's necessary to reduce the representation is because it's difficult having a board meeting with 25 board members, I understand that. And I would say we then reduce the number of board meetings. Maybe just have one a year. I don't know. To the extent that we need a more efficiency in the decision making, then the committees can fill that role. To the extent that there's a question about whether people are informed enough, because there are so many that the packing materials are too large that we can't digest it with sufficient substance that we can, participate in the discussion, then that is also what the committees are for. And it strikes me as a technical problem that we are solving by a fundamental change in the way that we rule ourselves. And that representation is hard for me to agree to, where we would tell our new friends from Napa that, discuss amongst yourselves and pick one. Okay, if my town elected to divest itself of its own seat at the table for convenience purposes to one of our neighboring communities, great. But what we're doing is saying any new communities who want to come in, here's a new system, and here's what it's going to be. So that's my piece.
Ray, did you want to address that, Ray, and then Barbara?
So I was on this ad hoc committee. So slowly, hard to blame me. So first of all, I would not necessarily agree that the committee was, unified in proposing. I'll let the other members of the committee talk. I'm not sure they were totally unified in proposing option one. To be honest, we were presented with 3 options, and we discussed which would be the preferable one, which is a different construct than the part of the fundamental issue which you're alluding to is there was a presumption, I think, Dawn would agree, from staff that if we expand, there is a governance problem to solve. And at least personally, I'm not convinced of that, because I think there was also some general feeling that when this got to the technical committee, that why are we doing this at all right now? What's the problem we're trying to solve? And so it may very well be, yes, we were debating among 3 options, but we never really fundamentally asked the question, is there a problem that we need solved? Okay. And if you get down to it, in the end, if you think there is a problem to solve, and you do have a governance issue with a very large group, then the elephant in the room, or whatever analogy you want to say, is that the solution can't be a mishmash governance where Marin County gets a preference. I mean, if in fact you've got a governance problem, because you've got a large group of people, then what you should do is have a new governance structure for the whole organization, which includes Marin County, and rebrand yourself. Because if you're now in 4 counties, you're not no longer potentially Marin Clean Energy. Right? But nobody wanted to go there. And so you ended up with this sort of hybrid mishmash thing, with some of us actually wondering, why are we doing this at all? Let's expand, if there is a governance problem, sort it out when we recognize it, rather than, and I think, Kate, we had a similar feeling in TechCom, right?
No, we did, in TechCom we did, yeah. And I'll get back to my views on it, but Barbara, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, so thank you. I was also part of this ad hoc group, as is Brad. I think we're all sitting together for a reason. And
I gotta go.
I think that option one, because part of our problem is the boardroom just doesn't have room. I mean, logistically, I think we'll be sitting on each other's laps. But, and so I think option one was preferable, given that, in my mind, I think Sloan perhaps actually suggested the executive committee. I feel very strongly that MCE is still growing, still evolving, and I think to spin something off to an executive committee at this point and have a meeting once a year or twice a year or even quarterly is really not workable at this point. Maybe several years down the road when it's really evolved to, you know, there aren't so many challenges or new issues or debates with PG&E or PCIA. So I feel strongly that we should retain, you know, the representation, but given the logistics problems, I think some of us on the ad hoc group felt that option one, which I think also, it sounds like John researched other JPs, this kind of thing, is preferable. And because Marin was part of the original founders, or were the original founders, maybe for a time that's the way to go, and then revisit the whole governance problem, you know, at a later date. How we sit in that room is another question. But that's why I felt strongly about option one. It's just because I don't think it's the right time to spin off to an executive committee and then have kind of a presentation type thing once or twice or even 4 times a year. I just don't think we're there yet.
It might be good before we, oh, Brad, did you want to make a comment?
Well, we talk about it a couple times a day, the maturation of what we're doing. And as we mature, we're probably, a lot of what has been original decision making as we've gone through will become more rote. It won't be as original thinking as time. And so I, as a napkin, was willing to, I could see that the future is going to be some sort of hybrid somewhere along the way, and it's so hard to once you can sat down at the table, it's so hard to back away from the table. And so I thought, you know, I could try to sell this to the other napkins. You know, that way they can come down, we can all go in one car, it'd be one car working instead of several cars coming from different parts of Napa, because, you know, 6 representatives is more than I want to drive in my little Prius. And but 2 we could do very easily, and I thought it might be the kind of look that we might have in the future as we mature.
Yeah, I thought maybe, thank you very much for those comments, because I think those were some of the thoughts that really fed into this discussion initially. I didn't take time to review the 3 options that were originally presented to the ad hoc, and so, or that came out of the ad hoc. So maybe I'll do that briefly here, just so folks have a handle on it. one option that you don't see in your packet, because this one was discarded at our last ad hoc, but just so folks are aware, there was an idea that we have one county rep on a going forward basis and not add any more city reps, unless we were in a situation where we were only serving cities and not counties. But there would just be one rep, period, per county. There was concern with that option just because of the different mentality that a city rep has from a county rep. And even Director Wagon recognized this and actually pointed it out to me, that the city reps might not want a county rep speaking for them on the board, and that a more, following more traditional best practices that we've seen across California, you do tend to have a county rep and a city rep on those regional bodies. And I think if folks think about the structure of BCDC, I know the Contra Costa LAFCO is another example that Director Vaught brought up. MIRCA, MCCMC selects reps for a lot of these regional bodies, and our other counties have a similar mechanism where the city managers and council members get together and select reps. So the thinking sort of evolved that maybe we need to have one city rep using this standard structure and a county rep. The third option, which you do see reflected in your board, has now become option 2, is that we continue to add a new representative for every city, every town, every county, and we allow the board to continue growing. But that once we've reached the point of having 20 members, that we would then shift to a structure where our executive committee is making the month-to-month decisions. And we do need to meet at least once a month, because or at least quarterly, because we often have procurement decisions that need to be made, rate setting, budget setting, finance, programmatic decisions. We can't just do one a year. But the idea with this option would be that the board meets once a year only, and that the executive committee takes on the more routine decision making. The reason why option 2 is not being recommended is there were concerns by our municipal council, Greg Stepanovich, on that option as far as the oversight being delegated to a committee, that could raise some concerns. It's something we could overcome, but I think another constraint that we need to keep in mind is that the full board would be required to do any budget setting and to issue any debt. And so I think that kind of to finish off in the explanation of this, it might be helpful to respond to the comment about this being framed as an administrative problem. I personally don't see board growth as an administrative problem at all. I think that we have a lot of tools to accommodate large groups getting together. I don't see that as a problem. I don't see it as a logistical problem. I think that one of the reasons that MCE has been so successful to date relates to the informed engagement of our board members. Our board, this is a technical topic that our board is dealing with on a regular basis. And it takes time. I'm sure all of you can attest to the time it takes to kind of get familiar with the subject area and make sure that you're getting plenty of information every month and getting the opportunity to ask questions and have all of those questions answered. And so having an efficient board size that allows for that type of close connection and dialogue and information flow, I think has contributed to our success in the past. And I think that looking forward, that's an important element to retain in how our board functions going forward. So I just wanted to make that comment so that we're thinking about the right assumptions as we move forward. So option 2 is a possibility. I think it's one that we could make work, but just keeping in mind that that very large board would need to get together at least once a year, maybe more often, to make some pretty fundamental decisions like budget setting and issuing finance.
Just from a legal perspective here, any debt issuances, so I know that what we discussed during the procurement discussion is that lines of credit and other types of debt that need to happen along with many power purchase contracts, those financing undertakings have to be taken by a vote of the board at a regularly scheduled meeting. And so, I just can't from legal.
No, there's other options, well, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Go ahead, Tom. Yeah.
Well, you know, at least two of the options you're talking about are going to have an expanded number of board members. And one of the things we talked about was something that can be done administratively, and that simply is to put more things on the consent calendar. You know, it means that your committees are going to maybe have to work a little harder, and their decisions are going to be more important. But I think that you could mitigate any potential downsides of board expansion, however you do it, you know, by doing it with the consent calendar. And that way you still have, you know, you still have the board vote on these items as required, but you don't necessarily have to spend a huge amount of time talking about it unless somebody wants to. And if somebody's really interested in one particular aspect of this, you know, such as procurement, then you know, there's a motivation for them to get on the committee that's doing that. So, you know, while I was certainly willing to consider this kind of hybrid model of consolidating representation of additional counties and cities, it's always bothered me a little bit that it creates two classes of representation, you know, and I share your concern with that. But, you know, maybe at the end of the day, the way to do it is just try it and then try to deal with this administratively through the agenda and the consent calendar.
So there's another way to do this. You know, I serve on an awful lot of boards and commissions, and some of them are quite large. One of them, Brad and I both serve on BCDC, but I also serve on the Golden Gate Bridge Board, which is a very large board. And I think in some ways option 2 is, there's different ways to do option 2 and accomplish, I think, a lot of the concerns in this room. So on the Golden Gate Bridge Board, we have very robust committees, and the business really gets done in those committees. There's a finance committee, transportation committee, labor committee, and there's a couple more. And then you come to the board meeting, and we have had board meetings twice a month. That's being reduced to once a month, but regardless of the specific timing, you come to the board meeting and you essentially ratify decisions that have been made in the subcommittees. And if board members want to have discussion, there's an opportunity to do it, but the board meetings tend to run very quickly because essentially we're ratifying robust discussions that have happened in a committee session. And to me, sort of picking up on a number of the comments around the table, my inclination is along the same lines as Ray's. I don't actually think we have a problem. And I also think it's important, you know, I spoke earlier about the importance of activism as part of the DNA of this organization. I think it's very important to treat all of our members the same. And I think just as the people sitting around this table from Marin County say, well, no, we don't want to leave yet, but those new people, we could do something different for them. I think that's inherently flawed. And if everyone at this table isn't willing to say, okay, those of us in Marin, we're going to reconsider and pick one, then we shouldn't adopt that approach for our new entities. And I really think, at least for some kind of an interim period, I have mixed feelings about putting things on consent. It's probably because Ray and I are from Sausalito, and we know what happens when you put too many things on consent. You breed conspiracy, of which you're supposedly hiding. so there's, you know, you can always look at what, you know, should you be doing more on consent. But I think there is more that we can do. We obviously have the ability, as our board gets larger, to expand the size of our committees. I think our committees work very well now. We have good conversations. And we can springboard that and create additional committees if it's appropriate, and then really try to streamline how we are managing the board. And I don't like making decisions based on the size of a conference room, although I sort of like the Prius idea. but I'd like to see it work with the same ethic of engagement and commitment that we've had in the past.
Question, what's the difference between the ratification process with the Bridge District and a consent calendar process.
So what happens, so what happens is the calendar for the board meeting is reports from committees. And then the chair of each committee runs through a list of the different items that were considered by that committee and what the decision was. And then the board can have discussion about that if they choose to, or they can vote to approve that decision made by the committee. So it's kind of a hybrid. It's not consent because there's automatically the opportunity to run through what the topics were and have a little more conversation. Yeah, Bob?
I go back and forth between option 1 and option 2, so at this point I don't know which way to vote. But although I agree with your point, Kate, we don't have a problem today. I really do am sympathetic to what Don explained, is that when this board gets too big, I think effectiveness becomes a problem. The size of the boardroom not being that issue, but just how you run an organization that has 25 to 30 members. I've sat on boards that are that large, and what I've seen is that once it gets that large, people disengage. You know, you don't feel like you have to come to the meeting because there are going to be 30 other people there. They can live without me, and you don't get the same involvement. But I would one thing that I thought about option 1 that hasn't even been mentioned, and I may be the only one that thinks this way, but it's also the issue of obviously, if we were to go option 1, does that make some cities more reluctant to join us because they don't have a vote? And I think that's a legitimate question, but I also think there's an argument that could be good. Simply because this issue, in my mind, one of the issues of expansion in my mind has always been, as an organization, are we better off encouraging other cities to join us, or are we better off to encourage other cities to form their own CCAs? And I certainly believe in the latter more, because the bigger we are and the fewer CCAs in the state, the bigger target we are for the independent utilities. And given the preference of us growing versus having 5 new CCAs in the East Bay and Sonoma and wherever, I'd sure argue, I'd rather see us push to help other CCAs form as opposed to making it attractive for them all to say, well, why would I want to bother to do that? I'll just join MCE.
Right. And I just want to respond to a couple of things there, too. I appreciate those concerns. I think, to me, option 1 is not a good option in suggesting one board meeting a year, because I think the disengagement piece of it is really a significant issue. And so I would, if people want to consider option 2, I think it's really important to have more frequent board meetings, particularly if we have budget issues coming to an entire board. I mean, having an active committee setup gets people engaged in committees, but having a board that only meets once a year making a budget decision is, I think, very, very bad for business. And so I'd want to see a revision of option 2 so there were, in fact, more frequent board meetings. Forward?
Aren't we, isn't part of the analysis that we're talking about here is an assumption of unwieldiness due to size, where we actually haven't gotten there yet? And so I can appreciate that anticipation, but I agree with Sloan and some of the other expressions of concern regarding having 2 classifications of voting and authority. I think, Kate, that goes directly to the comments you were making about how MCE started. And it started based on activism, and it's continuing to grow based, I think, on the same kind of activism. And I don't think that we want our maturity as an organization to become synonymous with an ossification of decision-making, because we're afraid at this point that we can't do it because we're going to become too big, although we haven't quite gotten there yet. It would seem to be more fair and reasonable to me to be inclusive, and if at some point that inclusivity starts to translate into not being able to move, then in total, perhaps what we could do would be to reorganize what our decision-making process is going to be. Parenthetically, I can see that the executive committee and the technical committee has been really busy while I've been on vacation. Because
We hobbled along in your absence.
Well, I'm hobbling along trying to catch up. But I really don't think that at this point, if it's not yet a problem, I don't think we should operate on the assumption that it is. I think we keep on our radar screen that it could be, and it's a concern. But the two tiers, even though, I mean, an incoming entity would have consent because they would be told at the outset what the limitations of their participation would be. I think that undercuts the activist greenhouse gas reduction ethic of what our organization is. So I don't think we should. I think we should be more continue to be inclusive and not exclusive as to decision making. My first thought was oh my God, how we just got a new building. How are we going to fit in the boardroom?
Ray, did you have your hand up?
I'm supposed to be speaking for Kevin.
Oh, you're speaking for Kevin.
Right.
Okay, and that puts you in front of Ray just because?
Because Kevin hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's a fair point. So
Kevin
you
Harrell
Kevin.
had to leave, so
Okay.
he delegated me to vote for him, but he also wanted me to make a comment, which is he feels very strongly that there should be no change to the governance structure, just keep adding, and if in the future, there's a need to relook at how we do that, he doesn't feel that this is the right time, and so just keep adding members.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
Well, I was actually going to guess there.
You're going to be Kevin? You want to be
Because, no, because I haven't very able to partake. Again, this committee was charged with evaluating 3 options and trying one of them. But in all honesty, we did not get to the core question of, is there a problem to solve? Personally, I don't think there's a problem to solve, because you have, I've sat on tons of private sector boards, which operates in a very different way than this. But this board operates differently, in my view, and has a different type of mission than any other of the JPAs that exist. Because we're doing something very different, BCDC, I mean, you can go through all of the various ones, ABAG, NTC, go through the whole list, right? I'm not particularly convinced, even though it may be best practice, or it's practice, I'm not sure one city representative, one county representative is a functional way to do things either. I think it's, depending upon which group JPA it is, it could be a disaster, because what it actually means is that most of the cities are totally disengaged from the whole process.
That's true. Yeah. Yep. Bob, did you want to, or Emma, go ahead?
Well, I just had one quick point. Again, I'm not advocating one or the other, but it does seem to me that if we wait until it is a problem, effectively we will have removed option 1 from an alternative for us, because once you get too big, in order to adopt option 1 to get back to a reasonable size, somebody has to vote to disenfranchise themselves, and which is probably not realistically going to happen. So that would be my only argument for dealing with the issue now and not waiting until it is a problem.
Fair point. Fair point. Emma?
Well, I just want to say that I've actually been on this board quite a while now, a number of years, and I'm very sympathetic to what Sloan expressed, and also what Ford expressed, who's also been on the board as long as I have been. the interest in our own communities in this issue is important. And I think one of the things that people will criticize about the big public agencies is the fact that the local people, and sometimes even the local elected people, don't have much of a stake. That those agencies become very staff-driven. I'm thinking of MCE, for example, and there's a lot of criticism in that direction. And this board doesn't suffer from that type of criticism. If we went down the path of option one, I think we would have a tremendous disengagement. I think we should think about this a little bit more and come up with maybe even a better construct. I actually like the idea that Kate has posited today about strengthening the committee structures.
Yeah.
Maybe there could be less big board meetings that could be more quarterly, but the committee meetings could happen in between those times, and board decisions could be made there and then brought to the whole board. The only other thing I want to mention, I know it's a little bit of a red herring with respect to option one and option two, is I think we have to consider that as we get bigger, if we go down the road of getting bigger, this becomes a really large financial organization. You're talking about electricity sales in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And sometimes I'm wondering if we should also think about bringing on, through the committee structure or executive structure, some outside directors that have specific expertise in some of the fields that an organization this big is going to require. I'm thinking about people who have a lot of experience in the energy industry. With all due respect to everyone sitting around this table, there's a lot of talented people, but none of us ever worked for a power company or served on a power company board or understand the dynamics of that. Certainly you need someone, I think this organization needs someone that has a sort of a CFO type background. I'm happy with the fact that we're going to be operating with a letter of credit in a banking relationship. I think there's a need for some great expertise that either could be through a committee structure or whatnot that brings a sort of an outside director element to it that the entire board could help elect, help choose, help figure out who should be there. But I definitely agree with Salone. I don't think that we should go down the route of option one.
Thanks, Carla.
Just a quick note, I don't think there was a consensus at the technical committee on how to move forward on this. I certainly was uncomfortable with a different set of rules for a new group. I felt like we should abide by the same set. I think obviously there's been a lot of discussion today, so I'd like to consider tabling this portion and looking at the other changes that you want to make and make a motion to adopt those changes and then come back on this issue with maybe a hybrid of what you mentioned.
I think that makes a lot of sense. We have a couple other comments way down there in El Cerrito.
And I'm going to speak for Greg Lyman, who's not here. But he believes in option two because of it's the ABAC model and it's the airborne model, and where we have strong committees and when you have a strong committee, I believe that it can be more streamlined, our board, and you can get more done. So that's my opinion on this matter. So option two, I believe, would be the best.
Great, thank you. And now I'm going to come back to Sam Pablo.
Oh, well, first of all, I mean, thank you for the committees that have met to discuss this. And I think for me, this raises a communication issue for all us board members to be effective or not be effective. And if we're not communicating, I think that's no matter which model we choose, we have to figure out how we're going to stay communicated. amongst the layers so that we can choose to read the material, then give forth a question. So that's very important. I mean, I think whatever model we come up with, we have to take that into account. Today's a good example of the suggestions are given, and it seems like, you know, a lot of us didn't pay attention to our minutes that it was being discussed. And so that's, you know, I'll own that for myself. I don't know how many other board members. So, and I really believe on the core value of inclusion. So which Sloan brought up in terms of not going that way. But I think we can come up with another model with the discussion we had today. And I think we should postpone the decision and come back with another model that can include all the different issues that were brought up today, because they're all valid, they're valid.
Great, thank you. Other comments from the board? Yeah,
You know, if the result of this discussion ends up to be table or in some way defer the ultimate decision on governance, I think it might be productive if, Dawn, you, in your ongoing discussions with the communities who have indicated an interest in joining us, if you were to ask them their view, or at least ask them point blank, whether their interest remains, even if they joined with a lesser representation along the lines of option 1. I think it would be helpful to know that, because if we do realize or come to the conclusion that we're running into governance issues, it gets to Bob's point about, does this affect the enthusiasm of prospective future members? And does it affect the way they might view their role once they join the board on a reduced governance or authority level?
I'm the new, one of the new cities, and it was a big factor in Benicia agreeing to be part of MCE was to have that representation. It was compared to PG&E and not really having, you're not as involved with them as far as a stakeholder, but you would have representation here. So there was a lot of discussion, and believe me, we had lots of discussions on all aspects of joining MCE, as Don will agree. But the having the representation was very important. So thank you for that.
Okay, other comments from the board? Yes.
I'm just kind of curious, you know, in listening to it, is what's PG&E's structure, you know, for a board? And because, you know, basically what we are is we're a utility, and PG&E is a utility. So we're going to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger, I hope. You know, so eventually, I'm just curious, does PG&E have a representative from every city that they're in on their board? You know, so
exactly
how,
their mentality.
you know, but I mean, how are they structured in terms of a board? Because I don't think they started as we started with wanting to have, you know, the representation and the governance from each city. I totally agree with Sloan and the other people that spoke too. I don't want to de-include anybody on it. I frankly don't think ABEG and things like that, I don't think the cities have the inclusion or the voice with only one representative, because I don't think they stay intact with it. You know, you can, but I don't think they do. So I'm just curious, you know, how big is PG&E's board?
Ray?
You know, observing this discussion, we're going wider and wider in subject matter. PG&E board is very different. It's they're full of experts and senior industry leaders. I have no doubt. Senior regulatory leaders, I bet there are senior politicians on there. It sort of almost can't be compared to this.
Right.
I mean, PG&E has a direct link into our board committees through community television and the internet. You know, we don't have a similar, we don't have a video feed into PG&E's boardroom, right? Right. So, in terms of the governance structure, I think what I'm hearing is we don't want to change anything right now, other than with regards to the actual board. But the other suggestions about the how you change the procedure for bringing people in, I think, are really good suggestions. Yes. Right? But I also want to pick up on what Emmett said, because I am in 100% agreement. There needs to be a senior advisory committee of industry and business experts, regulatory experts, possibly even CPUC, that is actually there to advise and sort of monitor the overall progress of this organization that reports to this board. That's what really needs to happen.
So we just determined that the PG&E board has 12 members, so we may need to do some pruning. But before we get there, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the public who would like to comment on this discussion, please.
Yeah.
And if you would tell us who you are, that'd be
Sure,
great.
and I'll introduce who I'm here with, not to keep them from talking. My name's Rob Davis. I'm Mayor Pro Tem in Davis. We have here staff member Mitch Sears, who's our Sustainability Director. We have a Community Choice Energy Advisory Committee right now in Davis, which is examining options for our city going forward. Jerry Braun is a member of that. And then John Mott Smith is actually a staff member from the county of Yolo. We're in Yolo County. We're really thankful for the opportunity to come. I wanted to say to the board right off, just besides this conversation, how helpful your staff has been to our city and by extension the county in a number of ways. Came to a community forum that was very well attended, and just being able to describe the experience of Marin Clean Energy put a lot of people at ease in our community about what this might mean. Should we choose to go in the direction of forming our own CCA, or the option of joining with Marin. They've been stellar, and not just at that meeting, but in meeting with our staff and representatives to help us think through the process as we do our own due diligence on the direction to go. And we're right thick in the middle of that right now, deciding whether we want to go the path of a county, city, at this point, CCA over in Yolo, or potentially join here. And it's been stated we sent a letter from our city council requesting that opportunity to consider that. So I just want to say how much I appreciate the conversation that you're having right now. A couple things come to mind. One is sitting at a distance, watching the evolution of Marin Clean Energy. The initial question that we had was, how is that going to work as they continue to expand and add new cities? And it's a concern. I mean, it's a concern of what that might mean in the future. I have to say, some of that concern is alleviated just seeing the passion that's here and realizing that what we're actually participating in, if we were to join Marin Clean Energy, is actually a movement. And I hear between the comments that you're making that the reason you want everybody to stay engaged and have representation is because this is a movement. Yes, you're providing a utility. You're providing electricity, but you're doing something more than that. And I think that resonates very well with the city of Davis. If I can speak on behalf of it, I think that's who we are, who we aspire to be. And I think I would go further, just say, no matter what decision we make, I think you'll find us to be an extremely important ally at the state level. First of all, we're closer to Sacramento. Just tell us where to go, and we're closer, so we don't have to worry about emitting carbon to get there. And I also want to say about, certainly one difference between this board and PG&E is that I don't think any of you are being reimbursed to the level of that board is being reimbursed.
I know what you're talking about.
So anyway, it would be inappropriate for me, I think, at this point to speak into the decision, but I appreciate very much the conversation. And I appreciate the spirit in which it's taken. And I've already said to Mitch, I could actually see myself on that board. So anyway, thank you very much for inviting us and having us here and for allowing us to hear the concerns and the passion that's there. It's very important for us to hear that.
Well, thank you very much for speaking. We've assumed, at least some of us have, that Davis would be kindred spirits. So it's good to hear that in person. So, other comments from the public? Anyone else want to chime in? Leslie?
I guess I wanted to say a few things. Coming from the policy side and the beginnings of Marin Clean Energy, not the technical side, not the advocate side, but the policy side. And I think I'm the only one in the room that has, going back to 2006, that has that perspective. the incredible process that the governing, the task force that formed what ultimately became Green Clean Energy, it was really about participation and everyone having a voice. I think the question that we're not really talking about is how big does Marine Clean Energy want to be, can be, should be. And I think the governance question, instead of it being, well, it's sort of a form follows function, and I think that's being turned on its head, that function is following form, and it's not the size of the conference room, to Director Sears' point, that should drive this. And all of the comments have been, really fall into that same collective group think about what this organization needs to be and historically has been. And that's very much a grassroots, innovative, leading edge and bleeding edge organization. And to lose that, I think, would really be a detriment to, as Mr. Davis said, to the movement. And this is a movement, and it's because of this incredible team here and all of you and the advocates in our communities that have made this a true movement in the state of California. And with the governor's 50-50-50 proposals, this model is really a huge piece of what will make this work in California and get us to those absolutely critical, necessary goals. So I would encourage you to keep the one jurisdiction, one vote concept and to keep everyone engaged. I think you're right that if it gets too large, people might feel that they're not necessary, but I think that that's kind of up to all of you and the staff to keep everyone truly engaged, because this isn't just a rubber stamp sort of organization. It still is leading edge and bleeding edge in terms of moving renewable energy forward in the state of California. So I applaud all of you, and all of you, you're remarkable, but I wouldn't change things just yet.
Anyone else want to comment from the public? Okay, we have a couple of suggestions on the table that, sorry.
Yes, it's, if anything, to add a sense of humor, which I've already been accused of.
Could you let us all know who you
here
are?
in the group. And that is that at the committee board meeting of the Contra Costa County this past week, one of the many things that was floated was the possibility of them requesting for their unincorporated area of Contra Costa the application to MCE. It's just discussed. I'm sorry, I'm Carol Weed. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek and involved in the community action group for the Contra Costa County. Unofficial in both capacities. But just to point out that the unincorporated portions of Contra Costa County have 170,000 potential users, which is, as I understand it, just about the number of users you already have right now. So I want to know how many votes of the board they're going to get.
I think that sounds like an excellent CCA opportunity. Yeah. Okay, so we had a couple of suggestions on the table that we move forward with some of the other revisions and maybe table this government piece for now, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So do you need a formal motion on this one,
Yeah, I just
Dawn?
want to clarify. I think that if you look at the recommendations in the staff report, I didn't hear any feedback on the affiliate membership process and the inclusion period, except that folks are feeling good about that. So it sounds like recommendation 2 and 3 would be moving forward,
right.
And the other option would be tabled, and maybe wouldn't need to come back, but we can maybe take that up at the committee level.
Okay, super. So Ray, Emmett, somebody, Carla, you want to make a motion? Carla, wasn't that your idea initially?
I think she's already made the motion.
Did you make the motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
And you'll second it. Perfect. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? There we go. Okay. So I think we're at that blessed point of lunch. So we're having a little bit of a regular board meeting. Is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak open comment? There's one person left. So I guess that speaks for itself. Yeah. So Dawn, do you want to go ahead with your report?
Yeah, absolutely. And because we're having our board retreat, I'm going to keep this report super short and only have one item on here, which is an update on what's happening or what has happened on the legislative front. And give that report, we have Shalini Swarup here, who is our legal and legislative director, and come on up.
My title is actually Regulatory and Legislative Counsel.
So Shalini, do you want to go to the microphone so we can hear you? It will help. Maybe.
My voice is
Speaking for myself.
Hi, I'm Shalini Swarup. I'm the Regulatory and Legislative Counsel. I was just the Regulatory Counsel until former Assembly Member Bradford decided last year he had a really good idea for a bill. So I'm sort of unwillingly your Legislative Counsel, but I'll do what I can. So the end of the session of at the end of the 2014-2015 session, it will be happening on October 11th. That's when the governor has to sign or veto bills. Voting on bills ended on September 11th, so that was last Friday. So this is why the memo you have in front of you was not included in your retreat materials, because we wrote it this week after the end of the session. So it's hot off the presses just for you all. There are two primary things I want to talk about, and I'm going to try to be brief, because I know you guys have a lot of business to get through. The first is that AB 1110, which was a bill by Assemblymember Ting from San Francisco, has become a 2-year bill. And that is the bill that would have adjusted reporting requirements for greenhouse gas emissions from load-serving entities, including CCAs. And that would have actually changed the way CCAs report their greenhouse gas emissions to their customers, but not the way we report it to the state. So it would require 2 different sets of reporting requirements. And there were some problems from our view of why the reporting requirements had to be changed and whether they would be consistent with existing law, both nationally and in the state. So that has become a 2-year bill, largely due to the efforts of Sonoma Clean Power. So when Beth was speaking earlier about having more CCAs in the sandbox and being able to take a more collaborative role, we really saw the benefit of that with AB 1110, because MCE took a little bit of a step back on 1110 once we had received confirmation that the implementation date would be pushed out long enough to allow the CCAs to adjust their procurement accordingly. So at that point, we stopped actively lobbying the bill, and Sonoma Clean Power took up the charge. So it was a great sort of 1-2 strategy that we were able to involve it with. So we're really happy to collaborate with Sonoma Clean Power on that. And the second thing I want to talk about is SB 350, which Director McCaskill gave a great summary of this morning. So, and I think Leslie also gave a summary earlier, so I think you all are familiar now with the governor's State of the State address, where he issued a challenge, basically, that he wanted to pass a bill that addressed halving petroleum use, pushing renewable energy portfolio standard to 50%, and doubling energy efficiency in existing buildings by 2030. As many of you probably know, the petroleum use provisions were taken out on Wednesday of last week due to opposition from the oil and gas companies, but the other provisions made it through the legislature. So I'm just going to go over and give you guys a little bit of insider baseball on the key CCA provisions in 350, because you all are political types. It seems like you all enjoy a little rough and tumble legislative session. So the first thing that we had known about the entire time was that the bill is going to expand the way that utilities would use the cost allocation mechanism, or CAM. And the original bill proposed that the utilities could use CAM treatment for renewable energy integration costs because of the volatility of renewable resources on the grid. SB 350 envisioned energy integration costs that address the volatility would be passed on to all customers. So that was something we knew about from the very beginning. So we had very supportive efforts from the Senate Pro Tem's office, and we worked out a deal that allows CCAs to show the Public Utilities Commission that we have self-provided these integration resources and that we don't need to get further costs allocated to us if we can prove that we already have them. So that was really exciting for us because it's sort of the first step in limiting these exit fees from CAM that our customers get. And another big thing we had done with CAM earlier this year was to change the technical way they calculate it so we have better projections. So we're sort of beginning to see some progress on the CAM front and reducing some of the exit fees that we see, but we still have a long way to go. The second thing is that the CCAs now have to submit our integrated resource plans to the CPUC for certification. I don't see that as a big hurdle. Right now, the CCAs submit their implementation plans to the CPUC for certification, and it's not something that seems to have hindered the CCAs who want to start. And this integrated resource plan language was something the governor himself felt very strongly about because he's trying to get a more regional approach to energy planning. And some of you may know that CAISO, the independent system operator, is now also going to be taking a regional approach. So this is part of the governor's vision. So originally, the utilities were trying to make sure that the CPUC oversaw our procurement. And as you all know, you oversee our procurement. The CPUC should not be doing that. So we had a lot of supportive folks in the governor's office, including Ken and Cliff, who I think Director Collar mentioned earlier, and they were really helpful. The next provision, and this is on page 3 of your memo, the next provision is that the CPUC is now responsible for ensuring bundled customers don't have any cost increases as a result of CCA load, and CCA customers also do not experience any cost increases because of IOU cost allocation. And that's something we've seen a lot, is where the IOUs try to hide their fees for their customers and fees for our customers, so that's some good language for us. This next one is something that we sort of compromised on. It says by 2021, CCAs have to have at least 65% of their RPS procurement in long-term contracts. And that's something that we believe existing CCAs will not have a problem with, but we are concerned about upcoming and growing CCAs. So that's something we'll probably be looking at in the next few years once a few more of those CCAs come online and have a chance to see how they can adhere to that mandate, and we'll see what happens with that. And the last thing, which was sort of surprising to us all, is that within the energy efficiency goals set forth in 50, there was no contemplation of CCAs and how our energy efficiency programs would fit into the larger scheme. And I'll give credit to Dawn. She really pushed for this to go through. So now, thanks to Dawn, we have our energy efficiency programs can count towards those statewide goals. So that's the blow by blow. It was a sort of hectic last couple of weeks of session, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this or the other bills.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm curious, the prior one you just mentioned, the requirement that CCAs have at least 65% of their RPS procurement in long-term contracts of 10 years or more. Is there a similar requirement imposed on investor-owned utilities?
It is for all load-serving entities, yes.
So it's for IOUs as well?
That's my understanding. I can double check this. It's also for direct access folks.
So it wasn't, they weren't singling out CCAs in the
Correct.
Other questions for Sean?
Will that alter our procurement strategy? It's going to have to alter our procurement strategy going forward, correct?
I'll defer to our procurement experts.
Yeah. I can respond. I think that we're already very close to, if not already in compliance with that goal. This is a goal that will kick in 2021. So we certainly have plenty of time to move in that direction. I think it's the direction we've been moving anyway. So we don't see it as a problem for us. It's really just an important for our emergency.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Shalini. You've been doing a great job on the legislative front. I'm glad you got this new title now. So.
You may be one person. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dawn, anything else on your report?
No, nothing else for my report.
All right, so next on our agenda, we have several items on the consent calendar. 5 of them, as a matter of fact. Is there any item there that anyone would like to have any questions about or would want to discuss? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? That's approved. Okay, so our last item of formal business is discussion of MCE power content label and attestation. Hi, Kirby.
All right. So, power content label, on the one hand, it's kind of a mundane formality that falls under the jurisdiction of the California Energy Commission and its power source disclosure program. And on the other hand, it's one of the more important pieces of information that you use to communicate with your customers regarding the power supply that you provide to them. I'm sure all of you have a copy here of the staff report, and I think it's just worth reading the first sentence, in particular the excerpt related to the Public Utilities Code. And what I'm referring to here is the fact that the Public Utilities Code requires all retail sellers of electric energy, including Marin Clean Energy, to disclose accurate, reliable, and simple to understand information on the sources of energy that are delivered to their respective customers. So basically, the power content label is intended to distill down a whole lot of transactional detail into a very simple table that articulates the proportion of supply that's attributable to certain fuel sources. And on the middle of that staff report, you'll see a representation of the power content label itself, which, as it turns out, must be prepared in this very format. It's pretty prescriptive. There's really no leeway other than footnotes, which you can add beneath this label itself. And you'll notice here that we're talking about MCE's 2014 power content label, which, according to the Power Source Disclosure Program, or PSDP, as I mentioned earlier, must be distributed to customers by October 1st of each year. And why this discussion is important today, in addition to providing you with general information about our 2014 power supply, is because as a public entity, your board must self-certify the accuracy of the information that's being presented to customers through the power content label. This is really separate and distinct from the process that applies to the investor-owned utilities, which must engage third-party auditors in order to review all of their transactional information. I think, Jeremy, I don't know if Jeremy's sitting back there, but recently the California Energy Commission requested comments related to the power content label and the Power Source Disclosure Program generally, trying to potentially get to the bottom of why there happens to be this differentiation in treatment between public entities and the investor-owned utilities with regard to the self-certification of information included in the label. And I think we did a pretty good job of articulating why it is that the process should remain as is, mostly because all the procurement that we undertake is conducted and reviewed and discussed in these sorts of meetings with opportunity for public comment. There's really no hiding or obscuring of information, nothing redacted. If somebody chooses to show up, they get the full benefit of this discussion and understanding what it is that MCE is buying, which is, of course, not the case for the investor-owned utilities. So what you see here may well evolve over time, but currently this is the form of the power content label that is applicable. And you'll see that in 2014, we've got a breakout for both of our light green product mix as well as our deep green product mix, as well as the California power mix, generally speaking. And you can see that in 2014, our light green customers received 56% renewable energy from various sources, the most prominent of which, of course, is wind. 46% of that supply was derived from the procurement of wind resources. And then also large hydroelectric purchases play pretty heavily into the overall power mix as well. So in aggregate, the light green customer mix included 65% GHG-free supply, which is pretty darn high. Deep green, as you reasonably expect, 100% renewable, 100% GHG-free, and of course you can see how this compares to California's power mix generally. I think what some of you may be interested in knowing is, well, how does this compare to the PG&E power mix? PG&E will soon be distributing, as will MCE, its power content label to customers, so within the next week or so that will be going out. But in the meantime, we do have some information about what PG&E's power mix looks like based on a report that they submitted prior to June 1 of this year. And so when we're comparing kind of renewables to renewables, PG&E's overall renewable energy content did go up year over year from 2013 to 2014. They'll be representing overall renewable supply of 27%. In addition to that, they rely on 21% nuclear deliveries, 8% large hydroelectric, 24% natural gas, and then an additional 21% from this unspecified category. And I think it's probably worth making a comment or two on that item. For any transactions for electric power that are not associated with specific generators, this category of unspecified purchases or unspecified sources of power has been created, and that's intended to capture purchases that are made generally from the marketplace and not from a particular generator. And our contractual arrangement with Shell Energy North America does include purchases of system power or unspecified power, and so you'll see those reflected in MCE's power content label there in that unspecified sources of power line item, and that generally approximates 35%. And here in the state of California, that 35% is predominantly comprised of what would otherwise be characterized as natural gas resources. So that's kind of the marginal resource here in the state of California, and when we're buying from the marketplace generally, that's typically the resource type that's going to be associated with that unspecified category. And CARB really takes that one step further and attributes an emission factor to those unspecified purchases that's generally equivalent to the emission factor associated with natural gas generators. And so all in all, the driving down to that emission factor, emission metric a little bit deeper for 2014, the light green emission factor rounds out to be about 334 pounds of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. Of course, the deep green emission factor will be at 0, and we expect, based on information included in PG&E's Power Source Disclosure Report that was submitted to the Energy Commission earlier this year, that their emission factor will be right around 400 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. So the reason that this is on the agenda today is because in order to fulfill our commitment to the Energy Commission and our obligation under the Power Source Disclosure Program, we need the board to attest to the accuracy of the information included in this particular label. And so I'm here to tell you that at the staff level, there has been a rigorous review of all the transaction information that's presented herein. We've followed the instructions as they exist under the Power Source Disclosure Program. All information has been compiled and reported upon in consideration of those rules. Our Deep Green program has undergone an independent audit, as is required under the Green Energy Program. And so that information did undergo third-party review for that particular product option. And I'm confident that the information here is accurate, and I'm hoping that your board will take action and improve the accuracy of the information reflected herein, and of course, allow for the distribution of this information to MCE customers.
Great. Thank you, Kirby. Yes, Sloan.
Hi, thanks, Kirby.
Yeah.
The only question I have is, do you know what is the level of review that other boards give to before they certify it? In other words, is there a staff report and that's it?
Yeah, my understanding is that it generally entails a staff report similar to this one, and that no real detailed accounting necessarily or additional audit is undertaken in relation to that review for public entities. And then as far as the review is concerned for PG&E, I really can't speak to how deep a dive the auditor goes into, or if it's more of a spot checking of transactions. That's unclear to me.
But you're not recommending that we consider retaining somebody independent. It's unnecessary, is that right?
It's unnecessary, yeah. It's not required under the current regulations. That particular item, as I mentioned, was in question, was being considered as part of some changes that may be made eventually to the Power Source Disclosure Program. But presently, for the 2014 calendar year and under the current regulations, that third-party review is not required, and I would not recommend completing it.
Okay. I have great confidence in your work. Thank you.
Question, Kirby. Does the information flow back from you from like KISO, what's actually being used, or does it go more to the procurement sides of what you're buying? And just, how do the numbers, do they come from the buy side, or they come from the use side?
Yeah, so thankfully, because MCE's portfolio is so heavily weighted towards renewable energy products, we actually have renewable energy certificates. So actual, records of those transactions that exist in our Regis account. Talked about what the Regis acronym meant earlier and the purpose of that clearinghouse is. And so we actually have those certificates to substantiate the volumes that are being represented in the power content label. In addition to that, for the large hydroelectric purchases, we have tagging, or basically transactional verification information that's provided to us by Shell for those particular volumes to substantiate the importing of the hydroelectric power. And so between the renewable energy certificates that are attributable to all of the renewable energy volumes, and then the tags that are attributable to the hydroelectric volumes, we're able to do a very detailed accounting. Yeah.
Other questions for Kirby? Okay, yeah.
Under the light green, you've got solar, and it's 1%. Is that a negative 1%, or is that?
It's just less. It's above 0, but less than 1, and so yeah. So we reflect that as just the less than 1%, because based on the way that the spreadsheet is formatted, it would be rounded to 0, which is not in fact the case, and so they allow you to represent this in this way so that customers understand that there is solar in the resource mix, but at this point in time it's relatively small.
Okay, and there's none in the deep green at all. It's all under wind.
Yeah, the deep green product right now is entirely sourced from wind resources.
And will there be fluctuation like in 15 with our sources there?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we've given that a fair amount of thought and discussion at the staff level as to how this particular product may evolve over time. And I think we've learned a lot from talking with the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, which administers a similar program. It's called their Greenergy program. They offer, much like MCE's Light Green and Deep Green, they have a 50% renewable and 100% renewable option. And they've been working over time to kind of better align the resource mix in their supply portfolio to reflect delivery patterns that are more similar to the manner in which customers use energy. So layering in things like geothermal and biomass, which tend to deliver on a relatively flat profile, and then solar, which of course peaks throughout the day, and really blending in various resources so that there's more diversity, and I think that's what we're considering as well. So moving into, well, we're standing up here next year talking about deep green. I expect that there'll be some increased diversity in that regard.
Any questions, teacher? Question? No? Any other questions, public comment? Darlene, did you have a question, or you just scratching your head?
I was just waving.
Okay.
I want to make one clarification just to make sure there's no confusion on this. Of course, what we're looking at here is the 2014 power content label. For 2015, the solar number is going to look very different because we had two pretty large projects coming online, and that'll have an impact there. So we just want to make sure folks are aware that this is looking backwards over a year.
Great, thank you, Don. Okay, if there's nothing else, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to endorse the accuracy of information presented in MCE's 2014 power content label.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Emmett. All in favor?
Aye.
The opposition has approved. Thank you, Kirby.
Thank you.
All right, so we are done with our official business for this retreat, and we're coming back to a section that's always my favorite on emerging technology and innovative programs.
Yeah, this is great, and we are actually a bit ahead of schedule. Our presenters are still en route, so we do have the luxury of taking a quick break here and we'll transition into this phase. I also want to let folks know for planning purposes that the item on your agenda, item 3, to wrap up unfinished items, we were able to complete all of the business that we needed to complete during the morning session, so we don't have anything that's carried over to this 3 o'clock slot, so it's likely that we'll be wrapping up a bit early today, which I'm sure everyone will appreciate. But I think if folks are interested, we can take a little break right now, and we should have our presenters here shortly.
Sounds great, yeah. Time for coffee and cookies, everybody. You'll just let us know when they get here, Don. Great, thank you. All right.
I am very excited to get to introduce Alex from the city of Benicia, who I had the pleasure of working with a bit on enrollment and new community enrollment. Alex is amazing at what she does, I know firsthand, and I'm really excited that she's here today. I wanted create a little backdrop for why we're having this presentation. As we were gearing up for this retreat, I'm going to stand up so I can see everybody here. We had a lot of good input from board members about what sorts of things we want to be discussing at the retreat, and there was an interest in some cross-pollination between our member agencies, and some interest in learning about what's happening in these different communities, particularly when it comes to green initiatives. And so we made an effort to incorporate that here today with this presentation. And if this is something that board members are interested in seeing more of, we could do this maybe on a quarterly basis. I know there's exciting green initiatives happening in all of our member jurisdictions. And it might be nice to have a 10-minute presentation from time to time from other communities, letting folks know what they're doing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex, who's going to talk about their Greywater program.
Great, thanks. Can everybody hear me?
You speak into the microphone.
Microphone.
Yes.
So Don says that my presentation about Greywater is going to be exciting. So I hope that it is. I hope I can make Greywater exciting. Thanks for having me here today. It's really great to be here to talk about the city's Greywater program. For those of you who I haven't met, again, my name is Alex Porter-Chauver, and I currently serve as the City of Benicia's Climate Action Plan Coordinator. And I've been helping the City of Benicia for almost 4 years implement their Climate Action Plan. So we implement a variety of greenhouse gas reduction, water conservation, and resilience strategies in the city. And today I'm going to focus on the Laundry to Landscape, or the L2L Greywater Kit program. So I know you've spent most of your time today talking about 2015 and MCE's goals and progress and what's next in 2016. And the program I'm going to talk about today was completed in 2015. And it's one of many programs that the City of Benicia is currently offering its water customers to assist them in reducing their water consumption and also reducing energy use. I think you all know that the less water residents use for their landscaping and in their homes, the less energy the city has to use to pump, treat, and deliver the water to its customers. Next slide. Okay, so some quick facts. I just want to provide you a little bit of background about the city and its water consumption. So Benicia is a pretty small city, about 28,000 people, and that translates to roughly 8,500 residential water meter service connections and 1,000 commercial and industrial connections. So you can see from the pie chart here that over half of the city's water use comes from the residential sector, and half of that use is actually related to outdoor landscaping. So the residential water sector provides us a really great opportunity to achieve some water savings. Next slide. So how did it start? As I mentioned before, the city has a council-adopted climate action plan, and it was one of the first cities in California to adopt this type of plan, and the first city in Solano County. So it contains close to 100 different strategies aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions, conserving water, and preparing the city for future climate change-related impacts. Each year, my team reviews the plan and selects anywhere between 6 to 10 strategies that we feel like we can focus on implementing in any given year. The 2014-15 CAP Coordinator Work Plan selected the Residential Water Conservation Program as a priority, and this Greywater Kit program is part of that larger program. So we also knew that outdoor water use was an opportunity for the city. I mentioned that just before this slide. And we knew this because we've been working with a company called Watts On for over 5 years. And they've completed hundreds of home energy and water assessments. And we were able to use that data and figure out really where we should be focusing our energy. So why Greywater? Yes, there was a great opportunity to focus on the highest water users in the city. And this was right at the beginning of where we started to think about the drought. And now that we're in a very serious drought, we kind of anticipated that the state might come down with some mandatory restrictions and water conservation goals for urban water suppliers. So that helped us generate support from our elected officials. And we also had someone on staff who had previous experience with this program. So we wanted to leverage that experience while he was interning with the city to see if we might replicate a program that he worked on in the city of Santa Rosa. And I think that we try to do that whenever possible. No use in creating the wheel, and so if we can leverage someone else's experience and apply it to Benicia, that's the most effective for us. So the city of Santa Rosa had a similar Greywater Kit program, and we actually worked with the same vendor that the city of Santa Rosa did. I'll talk a little bit about that later. It's a company called Gray to Green. And they're one resource. There are a lot of different companies that provide these sort of services to help cities and help individual water customers too. So how do we pay for it? The city is a party to a settlement agreement that was drafted as a result of the Good Neighbor Steering Committee, which is a group of concerned residents. They responded to a proposed improvement project and a permit approval at our local refinery. So that agreement set aside funds for specific programs that result in water and greenhouse gas savings, and it included a set aside for the residential conservation program. So it was only $10,000, and of that $10,000, we only used about $4,400. So the program was really small, and I like to think of it as a pilot, what worked and what didn't. So we purchased 30 kits, really small. The kits are valued at about $90 each. We also used some of our funds to host a how-to workshop. We wanted people to come and learn how to install the kits. And we also did a little bit of marketing. Because we're our own water supplier, we were able to print messages on the outside of the bill alerting water customers that these kits were available at no cost. Next slide. So I've been talking a lot about the kit, and I'll tell you what's in the kit. So really all it contains are the parts needed to install a simple laundry to landscape system. And that's pictured right there at the bottom of the slide. So the kit includes a two-way valve, short segments of PVC piping, which are only for the interior portion of the system, fittings, and hoses. It's actually relatively straightforward. The kit also comes with instructions about how to install it. It's straightforward in that there aren't that many components, but one of the issues that I'll talk about later is that people were kind of turned off from actually installing it. Once they got the kit and they went home and they looked at how their laundry system was hooked up, it was not, I wouldn't say terrifying, but it was a little bit harder than I think people anticipated. So I'm just going to go through the steps here. So all residents had to do was fill out an application, attend the installation workshops that I talked about. It was no cost. And we also recorded it, so it's available as a YouTube video online. So if you couldn't make the workshop, you could also satisfy the requirement by watching the video. They also had to sign up for a no-cost energy and water assessment. And we wanted to make sure that they went through this assessment process because while landscaping may be the overall in the city, the highest water use, it may not be the case for each individual home. And so we wanted them to assess how they were using energy and how they were using water in their home, both indoors and outdoors. And we're able to provide that at no cost because we already had an existing program called the Venetian Home Efficiency Program that is managed by Watson, who I mentioned before. So then they had to install the system. They could install themselves or they could hire a contractor, and they had to follow the building code checklist, which we put together. So in California, according to the California Plumbing Code, which Benicia adopted as is, you don't need a permit to install a simple laundry landscape system. But the system still has to be code compliant. No one's going to come out and inspect the system, but in the event that you decided to pull a permit for a different project, the inspector could go out, look at the system, and determine it wasn't code compliant. So we tried to make that really easy. And we modeled the checklist after the city of Santa Rosa's. So straightforward, here are all the components, here how they have to be installed. Lastly was inspection. So this was another kind of hurdle that we encountered. So we asked a couple different people and entities to help us with the inspection. So the city didn't have the ability to send its building inspectors out to inspect these systems for lots of different reasons. So we asked Watson because they were already going to be at the homes, but they didn't want to because of liability reasons. So we also asked Rising Sun, which some of you may know about, but it's a PG&E third-party energy efficiency program. And they agreed to do it, which was great. It didn't actually work out all that well in practice because their program is rather short-term. They operate the program for 3 months, so the number of installations that were completed in those 3 months were something like 4 or 5. So the option we settled on was allowing the participants to send photos of the completed installation. And actually, last time I spoke about this program, I was on a panel with an inspector from Marin County, and they were talking about piloting photo inspections as a way to kind of cut down on costs and save inspectors travel time and money. And it's a really interesting concept, and it kind of works. And the reason why it kind of worked is because it's really hard to enforce. So Some people installed their kit, they took a photo and they sent it to us, and it was great. And other people didn't. And really the only way to enforce it is to send friendly reminders, to call or email. Again, we didn't have the staff to go out and actually make sure that they installed the system. Next slide. Okay, community involvement. How do we get the word out about the program? So our Community Sustainability Commission, which is a council-appointed commission, is very active in the community and helps promote a variety of climate action plan-related projects, including this one. We also promoted the program through the city's websites, including sustainablevenetia.org and also the city manager's newsletter. The local newspaper also wrote an article, and we relied pretty heavily on existing programs to co-promote the Greywater program. So I mentioned that Rising Sun and Watts On, they were administering home efficiency programs, so they helped inform residents about this program during home visits. We also put flyers at our building permit counters, so in case a contractor was coming in to pull a permit, he or she would know that the program is available. And then we also were at the farmers market talking about the program. The Benicia Community Gardens group actually did a fabulous job of promoting the program. So at one point we kind of saw a lag. I had a lot of kits still available and no one was really interested. The Benicia Community Gardens group actually received a grant to help develop backyard food forts and also to train local individuals in how to install greywater systems. And so they hosted a number of workshops, and they had over 100 people register and people coming from all over to attend these workshops. And so that actually increased interest significantly. And I had the opposite problem. Too many people were interested and I gave all the kits away. So I think what I've learned through community outreach is that you should try to leverage existing programs and efforts that are already going on. Next slide. Okay, so I mentioned this is a really small pilot program. We only had about 30 kits available to give out. We did give them all out, and we still have calls from people who are interested in receiving one. We did have 11 kits returned to us, which eventually were handed out in the end, but I think it's interesting to know why those kits were returned and why they didn't pursue installation. So the first was something I talked about before, that the installation was too difficult. So the applicant got home, looked at their system, it was too complicated, they needed to drill a hole in the wall, or their, the next bullet here, their laundry machine was downhill from the yard. So essentially we're relying on gravity, right, to feed the water in PVC piping outside of the house to the irrigated area. And so in some instances that didn't work for people who had applied. And then the last is landlord approval, which we talk about sometimes in the context of energy efficiency programs. But there were some renters who really very much wanted to install a system, but either couldn't get their landlord interested or couldn't get the landlord to approve installing the system. And that was a requirement on the application. They had to be the owner of the property or they had to get the landlord to sign off on it. So we hosted a free how-to workshop I mentioned. It was hosted by the company that provided the kits. We had big life-size demonstration models of how the system would look at the beginning and also at the end. We showed everyone all the components. They were on a table so everyone could come up and look at them and understand how they all fit together. I mentioned the video is online and it still is. And then the Benicia Community Gardens workshops. They really helped boost interest quite a bit. They had a far higher attendance rate and people coming from far away. So I talked with the executive director of that community-based group, and she said that they estimate that about 75,000 gallons of water have been diverted to landscape as a result of installing 5 systems. So that's a pretty significant amount of water. But again, it only makes sense if you're irrigating your lawn and you're using additional water, or you're irrigating a tree or a garden. Next slide. So, lessons learned. Verifying that the system was installed was really tough. And we didn't do it for a lot of them, to be honest. I think that ideally it makes sense to try and partner with someone who's in the home already and is willing to look at the system. And it's a quite simple inspection, right? Just to make sure that the components are in place and that the valve can switch back and forth, either go directly to the sewer system or be directed outside. I mentioned that the photo inspection was really hard to enforce, and even with the workshop and the video, applicants felt completely overwhelmed by installation. And they couldn't find a contractor to assist them, which I think is a really important point for us to consider. So we discovered through this whole process that there weren't any local contractors in Benicia, and to my knowledge, none in Solano County that can assist people with this type of installation. And that's where the Benicia Community Gardens Group came into play. And they decided, you know what, we're gonna offer a comprehensive training to local individuals so that they might, offer their installation services to other people. And they've completed one cycle of training. There were 10 trainees, and 8 people completed the training. And some of them have already scheduled appointments to help residents in Benicia install these systems. So some people were frustrated because they had already completed an energy and water assessment, either through the Benicia Home Efficiency Program or through a separate program, and they didn't want to do another one. The program requirement was that they had to complete an assessment within the previous year. Some of them were as old as 3 years, and we felt pretty strongly that requiring an assessment within the year was important because behaviors change, appliances change, leaks can happen, and so we wanted to make sure that the assessment was current. Finally, we offered this program to all water users. We didn't try and focus our efforts on those who were using the most water or those who were using the most outdoor water. So I think in the future we might consider really, utilizing the data that we have and perhaps working with What's On or WaterSmart, which we just finished the pilot phase of that to identify the users in Benicia that would benefit most from a gray water system. Next slide. Okay, what went well? Positive note. We knew that most of the water use was outdoors, and so this program attempted to address that. We had everyone completed a home energy and water assessment, so that helped them to identify even more measures that they could implement to conserve water and energy. And the Benicia Community Gardens Group, which I mentioned a number of times, really helped us generate continued interest in the program. And they feel like there's a pretty big gap in terms of the resources and contractors that are available to help install these systems. And because of this interest, they feel like they can advocate to the county water agency to expand this program, expand the rebates, and expand the incentives. So I think those are probably the 3 biggest things that went well. So that's it for me. I have put up my contact information on this slide and then some of the resources that I think are great. The Gray Water Action Coalition, which is the link at the bottom, helped the Benicia Community Gardens Group organize their workshop, and I think that they're a really great nonprofit to consult. And then some Benicia-specific websites are up there too. So thanks. Yes.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's Gray Water is a great program too. I'm glad you're taking this on. Just have a question. So you mentioned like people put in the systems and the water head out on a PCB pipe, but there has to be another component to it. It has to go into a cistern or a tank, and then it's going to be pumped. You can't just put water out into your lawn or whatever you're going to put it into. It has to then go into another system. Did your program address that aspect of it?
So it's my understanding that the water does have to go somewhere. It can't just go to the lawn. There has to be at least 2 inches depth wherever the water is going. So some people, it depends. Like some people create the basins like around a tree that they want to water. The water has to be absorbed so that there's not runoff. The code is very clear. We don't want this water running off into neighbors' yards. But in practice, I don't know. I think the only time we would ever know that it wasn't being properly installed and it wasn't being properly put into at least a 2-inch deep basin was if a neighbor reported it and said, hey, there's runoff into my yard and it's not a good thing.
The second thing I'd say is, did you approach any like the landscape companies that work in Benicia? Because they would be the great entree to people who are
putting in
they can do the installation because they're maybe connected into the irrigation systems or whatnot.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the problem with that was that it was cost prohibitive, and so people didn't feel like spending $700 or $800 to install one of these systems, and they felt like, gosh, I can't do it, but it seems relatively simple, and that seems like a lot of money. I don't know. I haven't tried to install a system at my house, and so I don't know how much it costs if a landscape architect comes out to do it.
You know, there's, as you know, actually, there's a lot of different ways to do this, and I'm really interested in the approach that you took. The County of Marin is engaged in a partnership with the City of Mill Valley and a nonprofit organization called Water Now. And the focus of our efforts so far on gray water has been to have training sessions for local contractors, so that we build up that database of people who know how to install the systems. Because I agree with everybody. This is a nice picture of pipes inside, but it's missing a whole lot of the system. That would be daunting for most homeowners, and I think it's really important to build up the contractor base of people who are knowledgeable who can help. And so, from my perspective, one of the challenges is trying to get the resources to make sure that we can get the right parties trained up and connected with each other. So I think what you did on the resident side is really great, and that, you know, I'm sure will be the next step that we take on our collaboration here in Marin County, but with the group of contractors who can help residents, so they actually make something happen and don't get afraid of it.
Right.
So, it's your comment.
What does your kit consist of, and what's it worth? How much would it cost if you had to buy,
You do it on your own.
or something else?
Honestly, because we don't have any kits left, what I've been recommending is go on Greater Green's website, because they list all of the components that are in the kit. And you can go to a local hardware store. Indonesia Ace Perdati Hardware is the only hardware store. And he's very educated about gray water. And he's actually set up a section in the hardware store after talking with the city that has all of the components that are in the kit. So someone could walk in and say, hey, I'd like to install a simple laundry landscape system. Where are the components? The kit's $90 if you purchase it from the company. I think you might be able to get it a little bit cheaper if you purchase the components individually, because obviously they're charging a little bit extra because it's convenient. But the kit has pipe fittings and small PVC pipes and a two-way valve. I mean, they're relatively simple components.
And then the other question I had is this program limited to washing machine gray water?
Yeah, this particular program was. I mean, we had such a limited budget, and we just didn't feel like we had the resources to advocate for any other type of program. And also, too, this is the only one that doesn't require a permit.
Okay.
Yeah, the code's complicated on the permitting issue, so that was a good decision. Any other questions, comments from the board? Yeah.
But I think that if you try to run gray water from your sink, you run into E. coli
It's a whole different
and problems,
permitting.
and so that's just kind of related to Tom's.
Yeah, exactly. Other comments, questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. One question I had, and this might be a silly question, is the laundry detergent. If using non-biodegradable detergent, what is that filtered out through the?
You're going to need to change your detergent.
Yeah.
That's what I found, Alex. What have you found?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I would always advocate for using, eco-friendly laundry detergent. But I've also been told that because the water is being taken out at the end of the wash cycle, that a lot of those solvents aren't as potent. And so, also too, because you're using the water ideally for non-edible plants and trees, that it's okay. I think probably it also depends on the groundwater situation in the community. So if groundwater contamination is a potential issue, then maybe you might be a little bit more careful about the types of laundry detergent that water customers are using. But I didn't require that certain type of detergent be used, but I think on our information we said, hey, we encourage you to use eco-friendly laundry detergent.
Yeah, Denise.
I'm just curious, because it sounds to me like it's directly related to how much laundry you do, right? So if you're, I mean, if you really want to water your yard, you may have to do more wash.
Where's the tipping point there?
It's interesting because a single load of laundry generates a lot of water. So I've actually heard the opposite. Even with people who do very little laundry, there's too much water and they don't have a place to put it. And that's the whole purpose of the valve, right? So if you feel like, gosh, I have no place to put all this extra water, then you turn the valve the other way and it goes into the sewer system like it would normally.
Or you could, or if you had, I think that was.
Well, that's why you want some.
That's why you want some kind of a catch basin to be able
Well,
to keep it, or you
You
don't?
can't keep the water more than 24 hours. So I suppose you could have a basin that, you know, for whatever reason, you water plants in the morning, you keep it 24 hours, water them again the next day. But you can't be keeping it for, you know, a few days or a week. The code says you can't do it.
And who's checking?
Yeah. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, so throw it away then.
The only detriment also is, I'm just borrowing a little bit what Carla just told me, is that, and it's true, because I bought a brand new washing machine. It uses very little water now.
Yeah.
Now they have sensors in there to tell you how much water should go based on the weight of the load. And so it's actually remarkably amazing how, it's not like the old days where, you know, there's gallons and gallons of water. The newer washing machines are a lot more water friendly.
Yeah, and I've heard too, just from people calling me, residents calling me, that their preferred method is to put a bucket in their shower, collect the water as the water's heating up, and then take that and use it, you know, around for particular plantings or trees or whatever.
Cool, anything else? Great, thank you, Alex, really interesting.
Thank you so much, Alex, for coming out here. I really appreciate it. So we have one last topic for discussion today. We're going to have a presentation from Schneider Electric, and while they are getting ready, I'll say a little bit just by way of introduction. MCE has a number of pilot programs that we have going at any given time, and one of the pilot programs that we launched early this year was a pilot looking at shifting load, looking at how we can adjust the supply, the usage in our residential customer sector, and being able to use our load at a time when it benefits the grid and when it benefits other customers. And so we entered into a relationship with Schneider Electric to help us go down that path in an exploratory way. And they're going to speak a little bit today about what they do, how the system works, and then I think we have just a little bit of information about how the pilot itself has been working today. We're still in the early stages of that pilot, so we don't have a full report on results yet. But this will give you a taste of what we've been up to. So, yeah, good to be here.
Well, I just realized I can't see very well from up here.
You're welcome to scoot the podium out if that would help you. Or you can also walk away from the podium.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks, Don. And thanks for giving away my whole presentation from your introduction. You got right to the end slide. So I'm Mike Matthews. I work for Schneider Electric, and we are in a partnership with MCE to deliver a pilot program, as Don was saying. And it's really to investigate the practical way in which we can go out and do some in-home demand management. So historically, it's been an industry term of demand response. We have taken a slightly different approach here, which I'll show you. But really, we are trying to help consumers managing demand at the right times and in the right way. So, and we'll go through this presentation, and I did bring some of the in-home products, and I'm sure you'll see through the presentation, it's much more than an in-home product, though, in what we're trying to deliver. So I took a moment just to create this brief agenda for you, which Don, I think, already went through pretty well. But here's what I hope to accomplish by the end of it, right? So I want you to know who Schneider is and how we partnered with MCE. I want you to know what we're doing in the home, so hopefully at the end of this you'll have a clear idea of how we are interacting with consumers, how we're connecting with the consumer through multiple media mechanisms. So we do have hardware, and you're going to see that. It's a big piece of what our offer is, but there's multiple levels with how we communicate with the consumers through this pilot. I want a clear understanding at the end of this why MCE and why any energy provider cares about these types of programs. So we'll go over that briefly. Talk about how this is building a smarter grid. And I thought that was an interesting item to put in there because smart grid is such the buzz. Consumers don't have a clear understanding what it is. So what is it that we're trying to deliver that does create a smart grid for the consumer? And then we'll talk briefly about the results. And as Don mentioned, we are just delivering the product. We are just going live, so there's not a whole lot that we're going to show you in terms of results because we're just starting this pilot now. So with that said, let's jump in. Okay, so who's Schneider? I just want this to be very brief. Schneider Electric is a global manufacturer. We manufacture hardware, and you'll see some of that on the table here. We also manage big utility infrastructure products and projects. So we do things like build substations for utilities. We manage infrastructure software platforms that help manage how generation and how load is used by a utility and by the consumer. We do this globally, and in the U.S., U.S. is our second largest economy in the world, I believe, second to Europe. We do $33 billion globally. We have almost 150,000 employees today. And with the focus being a lot on utility infrastructure, but when you look at our particular segments, buildings, 38% of our target audience. So when we deliver products and platforms, we're really focused on that end building. Utilities, 24%. So we're already over 50% with our market focus with how we deliver these products through utilities. Industrial and machine operation was 22%, and data centers becoming a much larger piece of our market play. And how do we efficiently manage data, which really does indirectly mimic what we're going to present here today. So it's all about efficiency. So how do you deliver data? How do you deliver electrons the best we can so that we can keep consumer costs at a minimum? So it's typically confused with a profit play for utilities and power providers. But really the ultimate goal is to deliver the cheapest kilowatt hour we can to customers, the end customer. So our focus being buildings primarily is all about energy management for them as well. So what are we doing in the home? And I did bring a demo today, and I think this would have been a decent place to pause to kind of show you how the products operate, but because of how we're set up logistically, I'm going to hold off doing the actual demo until the end, and we can probably do questions around the demo at that time. But you'll see within the home, how does the consumer interface with the direct controls that we're putting into their hands. So they have control over these products as well as MCE. So you'll see products that are within the home that are load control in nature. So we're interested in controlling things like electric vehicles. We're controlling HVAC systems, so heating and air conditioning being one of the primary loads within a home. We're helping the consumer to manage that differently than they may have in the past, as well as pool pumps through direct control of turning large appliances on and off. There's simpler devices that can be put in place that help consumers just recognize when it's time to make a behavioral change. So even on the products I brought here today, there is changing status on that device that will tell a consumer right now is the time to take action. So there's a lot of things we can control by putting physical devices in there. There's a lot more that a consumer can control on their own just by knowing that right now is the right time. So I think the screen on those devices there now is blue. Most of our devices, and this is just a sample, most of the devices will have some sort of visual indicator that there's an event that's happening. And we can trigger an event by direct load control. So we can take thermostat and we can change the temperature setting that will delay heating or cooling. We can cycle it, meaning we can turn that on and off over any given amount of time. The ultimate goal with heating and air conditioning, by the way, isn't to take control from the consumer, but just try to modify how it's used, because we definitely never want to inconvenience the customer by sacrificing comfort. As soon as we take comfort away from them, or we take some convenience away from them, they'll override the devices. And they're all intended to have that ability for the consumer. So they all have direct controls on them. So if you're not happy with the temperature, you can just simply go up and readjust it. So in the home, they'll see these, and like I said, the devices out here are set to blue now. On these particular devices, we use a series of color changes to indicate that there's some level of urgency in the system. I have this one set up, and it could be any color of the rainbow, but I have this one set up so that green would indicate that everything in your home is fine, the way you're consuming energy is fine, and the cost for energy is probably fine. We can change it to blue, as you see there, to indicate that something changed in the system. It may not be super important, but if you're interested, you could do something. And then we go to maybe an amber or a red, which would indicate we're in a control situation. So there's a reason for us to want to modify the energy usage in your home. And it may not be practical, but at other times, after dinner, it may be practical to shut off some lights, things that we would never do. We would never go into a home and try to control lighting, nothing to safety or that type of convenience. But when we delay heating and cooling, I don't know the exact percentages, but I think over 95% of those types of events go unnoticed. And typically, if it's noticed, it's because they noticed the screen color changed. So that's within the home. These are communicating through radio, so all the devices communicate to each device. I'm not sure if I can do laser. But you'll see the upper right-hand corner is actually just a gateway device. So that gateway device is communicating all the information that we can gather, the data from those devices, and sending that out to our servers. And then we process that data through our demand response platform, where we can help the consumer change their consumption pattern for the devices that we have control over. So we collect the data along with the energy use and consumption of that home so that we know how to modify it properly. So if you're not using air conditioning, and there's no value in us trying to change your air conditioning setting. So we're collecting data in parallel with how the consumption is happening within the home. And then we take that back to our servers. We also deliver that information back to the consumer, as you'll see the computer screen up there. Will allow the consumer to also manage and understand their energy usage from their own user interface. So from a app on your phone or a web screen on your computer, they can go in and look at their history for energy usage. They can look at what they can do different by participating in programs to a greater level, things of that nature, or adding more devices within their home. The devices, like I was indicating, they are controlling energy, but they're adding even more convenience for the consumer because now they can participate in energy savings types of programs. Figure it out. So we pay a lot of attention to making sure we don't confuse the consumer through this process. So we're adding hardware in their home. We're giving them UIs and apps they can download and web screens. We want to have a very typical user experience across all platforms. So not only is this a partnership with Schneider Electric in this, but MCE is also partnered with a company called Planet Ecosystems, which has already implemented a few programs with MCE, and those platforms are now integrated. So if we're doing a paper mailer to the consumer and reporting energy data and program participation, they'll see that in a paper mailer. They'll also see that same stuff in controls within their digital platforms. So we're making sure that one user experience is similar between any device, hardware or a UI on a web or mobile platform. So why is this important to Marie? So I think I've covered the consumer side fairly well. And like I was saying, it's not to take control away from the consumer. It's giving them a way to automate controls that are available. So it's a service that's available to customers of MCE, but it's elected service. So you don't join it if you don't want to have help managing your energy. You join it if you do want it. So what does MCE get out of it? So really the goal here is to reduce operational expense. There's a lot of exercise in managing peak power consumption, managing wholesale prices. So really this platform is meant to automate a lot of the actions that are necessary around buying excess power when it's needed at peak, managing when that's sold to consumers. And then we also have a flip side on operational interest here, in that sometimes power is, you get paid to consume more power. So taking advantage of bringing load onto the grid. So not just taking it off, but adding it on sometimes. Forecasting and reporting. So as MCE becomes an aggregator of energy, so meaning that we have lots of customers that have given us access to control devices. That's just like having a generation resource, like having a natural gas cogeneration plant that would have to turn on during a peak event. Now, as MCE builds out enough of that load, it mimics what a power producing plant can do. As I'm sure you can imagine, turning power off obviously doesn't generate any carbon. So as a company is trying to be environmentally clean, have an environmentally purposeful message around reducing CO2, a generation resource like an aggregated load that we can turn off at any given time is very valuable. It's valuable to the environment as well as, I think, the message that goes out to all the customers. So we're very interested in managing that as a load that's tradable into the grid. So we want to reduce peak usage. This is a target goal for us, 100 kWh. So how many electrons are we delivering to the field? We want to have a measurable amount of kilowatt hours that is valuable to the grid. And at 100 kW, we hit a point where that is a valuable generation source. So that's one of our goals here. We want to increase grid efficiency. So just as your cable provider likes to sell you content through broadband, there's times when they can afford to sell you more because that pipe just isn't pushing enough content to you. And then there's other times where it's pushing too much. And we'll see things like hourglasses on our broadband if you're streaming videos. But there is a point where you really want to push all the data you can. Same thing with electrons. So the grid is built to a capacity. And the goal really is not to not deliver electrons. It's built to deliver electrons. But it's built to deliver a certain amount. So really the goal is to make the grid more smart so that it can manage a more efficient flow of electrons. So avoid those peaks. Peaks are very expensive because the grid can malfunction. Right? Wires could melt down. Transformers could blow up. So the utility has to manage that through brownouts or bringing on or taking off load off the grid. That's where these programs become very important. So there's also that peak, the period opposite of the peak, where the utility has too much clean energy generation, generally speaking, too much wind and too much solar, maybe there's nuclear on the grid, and there's too much. And how do you eliminate that production of electrons? And you can ask consumers to please use more today, or at those particular moments. And I already covered the last item where we really want this to be a clean energy initiative. So I wanted to touch on what we've done around making the grid smarter. So that was where I came up with that one bullet point up front. And this is an innovative program. So it's the reason Schneider Electric wanted to partner with MCE on this one is we're not doing a traditional demand response, and we're not going to cover what all demand response is. But demand response usually is turning off a whole lot of load really fast, and that's all it does. We wanted this to be ahead of that. And there are a lot of initiatives that have been dreamt up about how do you manage load in real time and take advantage of customer load so that you can make that grid more efficient. So this is one of the places where it really hasn't been done to any large scale in the industry. And MCE was kind enough to partner with us and help us go out and deploy this pilot, which does allow us to monitor energy use in real time. So when we're managing controls, these devices within many homes, we're doing it in real time in reaction to what the grid is doing. So what we've done for MCE is actually go in and automate what CalISO is doing. So our independent system operator manages the flow of electrons for all California utilities. We monitor the availability of those electrons to the market through what they have are called pricing markets. So when the prices are going up, that typically means that there's less electrons available, and the demand for them is higher, and people will pay more for it, and the counter, of course, happens. So we've built the automated engine side of analyzing CAL-ISO's real-time pricing feeds. And when we see the pricing go out of our parameters that are defined for delivering economically inexpensive kilowatt hours to consumers, we automate load controls. So operationally, none of us are sitting in front of computers watching this happen. We, of course, can look at reports and make sure it happens, but we're not having to watch this on a daily basis. The system is watching energy in real time, and it's monitoring when it's necessary to do control, and then initiating those events. And then we'll record that, and then for the pilot purpose, we'll be documenting the success of how this automation and trading electrons is working for us. So the current results, as Don said, we're just entering into the pilot, so we haven't completed it yet. We're really just going live on running events now. But what you'll see when we do run events, we're running an event compared to how electrons would typically be used. And in the snapshot I took here, there's a blue line. So we forecast how energy is going to be used over that hour when we want to run an event. And then we'll run an event, and then we benchmark the forecasted energy use compared with what we've done, what we've actually delivered. And that's how we validate how effective we are delivering that generation asset that I was talking about, so eliminating load off the grid. And ultimately, when we have enough of that red drop, we document how much we can do at any given time, and that can actually be traded into a wholesale pricing market. So there's a big efficiency that can be had with trading energy, this load, back at certain times, as well as meeting capacity requirements that all utilities have. We're doing the analytics to do this. Like I said, it's the operational side of it is really meant to not add stress onto anybody's already busy days. I think I've covered where we're at today. And I was going to talk, it's hard to talk about where this goes in the future, but I wanted to talk just briefly, this is my last slide, I don't want to, I'm not holding anybody up. But where the future is going with this load control technology is what we're doing today. So we are piloting a program that will likely be more reality for broader utility use in 5 years from now. So we are cutting edge on developing this product. But what I would say is on the in-home side, so how do we engage consumers is changing radically day to day. So if anybody watches the connected home side for consumers, it's super important to us because we need the consumer to want to participate. We've got to give them new cool stuff. So there's cool thermostats on the market, and we've got to make sure that those thermostats, like the Nest thermostat, if anybody's bought a learning thermostat, we have to make sure we're offering those types of control devices that consumers want and are asking for, but make sure they're connecting to this utility side of the business that we just ran through. And that stuff is evolving fast. So we've just released a product that does that. And actually I have a link, I don't know if everybody gets this, but you can follow the link on the bottom and you'll see a learning thermostat that is utility connected. It learns how a consumer, how their comfort will affect their home and when it's needed. So we'll adjust their schedule so that they're using energy only when they need to. We'll adjust their comfort zone to better match how we know their comfort is. So things like that where people will automatically set their thermostat to 68 or 72 because somewhere they've seen a message repeatedly that tells us that that's the number, but that may not be my number. And if that's not my number, when I walk into my home, typically the first thing I do is I go up and change it to 74. And we try to prevent that from happening. We want the home to be comfortable, but we also want it to be shaped. The cooling and heating cycles so that they're more efficient for energy use. So you'll see a lot more products like that on the market. This link does that. I don't know if we want to run it here. I don't know if you have volume, but you can run this link.
I don't think we do have volume, but we can
Wiser Air also gives you we all want to make smarter choices to control our energy use, not just for the environment, but to better the lives of our families and communities. But what about your home? With everything you have to juggle, are you really in control? What if taking control of your home's energy could be simple and convenient? And what if there was a system with technology so advanced it made it easy to maximize your savings and your comfort? A way to take control that wasn't just smart, but wiser. With Wiser Air, it's easy to regain control and make wiser choices. More than a smart thermostat, Wiser Air ties together several important factors to give you increased control over your home energy use. Wiser Air features Eco IQ, which self-learns and adjusts to your life and your comfort level. It does the work for you. And Wiser Air also gives you the option to have control when you need it. You can set the room monitor and relax while Wiser Air helps you save and monitor it all through advanced Wiser Energy Insights. With Energy Insights, you can access and view your home energy from your smartphone, computer, or tablet. It's a fun and user-friendly experience that you can personalize. Wiser Pulse gives you at-a-glance awareness into the system's every move. And the Comfort Boost feature gives you quick relief to reach your ideal comfort level without changing your thermostat settings. Wiser Air even has the ability to connect with participating utilities for important updates. And, depending on your utility, it can be compatible with their program for increased incentives. Don't settle for any ordinary smart thermostat. It's time to take control of your energy use with a system that makes increased comfort and savings easy. Remember, there's smart, and then there's wiser. Wiser Air from Schneider Electric. Make the wiser choice.
And this particular product really is a utility product, so it's meant to be branded. The UI on it is meant to change to match utility interests so that it becomes an extension from your utility as well as it does messaging. So as simple as talking about a city car show can happen on that type of interface. So if it works, I can come up to the demo and I can just run through that and take questions there. Does that sound like that'll work?
Sure. Great.
So as I was saying, there is a color change sequence that can happen, and this particular demo is coordinating through that coordinator. So this is in the homes that are participating today. But this will change color settings on all devices. So you'll see the thermostat changed, and if I'm not happy with it, I can still come up and control the thermostat, change the heat or cool setting to my liking. But the smart plug actually control the load, just like a pool pump control switch would do that same type of application. So we could turn off electric vehicle charger, we can turn off a hot water heater if it's electric, pool pump, things of that nature. The smart plug was meant to just demonstrate that we can control that load. But you can add smart plugs to the system, but we don't control smart plugs. Those are typically used for convenience, but they are available through the consumer user interface. So they could set up timers for lights. So in my front room, I've got that plug that just controls a series of lights on in my home, just for convenience or security. So then these, you'll see that they'll change colors to indicate that you're in a different type of situation. And then when it all resumes, we can go back to green, the loads will come on, and the consumers can go back to normal. So it's pretty simple. These aren't exactly the products that we're deploying. This is an in-home display that can go into the system. The thermostat, we're using a slightly more modern version of a thermostat, but not the one you saw here. This one's just launching now. This one could just as easily be within this platform as well. So pretty simple. products. It's not meant to be difficult or confusing for consumers.
Any questions? Yeah? Rafi, did
I was
you
just
have-
going to say, Rafi's been running the program, and so he's going to come up and just tag on a few final comments.
Hey everybody, I'm Rafi. I'm the program specialist at MCE. I've been working with Mike and folks at Schneider and my ecosystem on this pilot that we're working on. So just kind of, we'll do a big debrief on lessons learned once we've actually started triggering events and have gotten deeper into the pilot. Where we've been at so far is mostly in the recruitment stage, which has proved to be pretty formidable. We've done mailers and emails, phone calls. We've tried a lot of different means, and that's part of the pilot, is to try to understand, what does it take to get people enrolled, and then to keep them from opting out, and what kind of incentives, and what's the messaging that's most effective in getting people. So that's a lot of the lessons learned that we've got so far are about what does it take to get people participating, and we can unpack that at a later date. And we just triggered our first event on Tuesday as a test, which is really exciting. I think just to make sure it landed, one of the great things about this pilot is that as CAISO markets mature and these types of resources are made more easily biddable, having gotten our feet wet with a pilot like this will give us a really good sense of, when we trigger an event, what can we expect in terms of people opting out, so that when we place a bid, we're sure that we are not that we're going to be able to meet that bid and that we're not going to incur penalties. So that's all kind of part of the testing that's going on with this pilot, setting us up for being able to bid resources at a much greater scale.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, is there a sort of a profile of homes that is the target market here? Because, so for example, a lot of homes in Marin don't have air conditioning. Would they be suboptimal for this kind of pilot?
Yes. Generally, yes. We were also trying to do a little bit of understanding around pool pumps, electric hot water heaters, and furnaces for winter. So they weren't, people who didn't have AC could still participate. But we were targeting kind of medium to high energy users. Sometimes high energy users seem like a great target, but they're also the least likely to care about how much they pay for their energy. So we were very practical about who we targeted. So we did have a very narrow bandwidth on who we initially marketed to.
So maybe a great product in that.
That's exactly right. So we really focused our mailers initially on Novato and Napa.
Yeah.
Davis. The eligibility criteria, are you need to have AC load, air conditioning load in order to get the thermostat, and then if you have a pool pump or an electric vehicle or electric hot water, those are other options. It is the climate that makes a program like this kind of makes me very much want Davis to sign up so that we have
Yeah, we'll get Davis going.
Barbara?
I was just wondering how many of you have signed up right now?
I think we're at around 20 installations. We saw a very large attrition rate from people who registered to actually getting the installation scheduled and done.
What is your goal for the pilot as far as how many signed up?
The goal initially was to try to get, I think it was 70 devices installed, so we've fallen a little bit short of that. We saw a much lower response rate than what Schneider's experienced in other areas. I think that's largely because of the lack of air conditioning loads. There's a lot of people who signed up and didn't realize that they weren't eligible, so they fell out that way, or they signed up, even scheduled an installation, and then 30 minutes before the installer was supposed to show up, said, I actually changed my mind and lost interest. So we're trying to dig into why that's happening and understand that a little bit better.
Well, there's also some folks, this may be a Fairfax phenomenon, but there's a lot of concerns about, smart meters and things that are looking at what you're doing in Fairfax. So that may not be the rest of Marin, but there may be some concerns about, I'm not sure that we're going to privacy and things like that.
Yeah, we understand that too. It's just more education that has to happen on that. In this particular pilot, there was some education happening around, what do the products do for consumers. We were not tackling the radio frequency issue with smart meter deployment, though.
What are those great benefits that come to the consumer, because like the common thermostat, you can just sort of program it yourself in your own home and turn on when you come home from work and turn off at night if you want. You can do that without connecting into, you know, the sort of big brother, you know, the Emerald City, with the Wizard of Oz behind the big sheet, controlling your.
So I mean, I'll preface it and just admit up front, it's not for everybody. So not everybody wants.
No, my point is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. What are you offering the consumer?
Yep.
Besides just is there anything besides just trying to optimize their energy use?
Yep. So the offer is that those consumers are helping MCE understand how to make the grid more efficient. So ultimately, the prices can change. Program prices could change. So they were opting in, and that they're helping the project. Their initial benefit, though, is they do get automated products in their home. So those will add convenience. Just if you didn't have a programmable thermostat, they now have one. If they were interested in controlling any of these loads, thermostat or their pool pump, remotely or from your couch, they now have access to be able to do those types of applications as well. So they are connected to our servers. So on your mobile app, on your computer, you can send a message and control your home now. You can set up some rule engines that allow you to, the lamps, like I was giving my personal experience with just having a few lamps for convenience come on. So they can do those types of applications as well. So initially they get a little bit of the home automation experience, and they might have better products than they had to start out with.
Maybe I ought to give them a better price point, because you know, I mean, just to get to your 70, to give them a lower cost of energy. Because again, on the pool pumps, people set it for an hour or two a day to clean the pool, and it's already pre-programmed. It's a really old system.
So initially, it was free, and we install it for free, and there's also an incentive to participate. So it wasn't a cost issue. It was kind of a who's willing to adopt the technology issue, I think, was the restraint for most people. But I don't think it was a cost issue.
Denise?
So is that, so I'm hearing there is no cost to the consumer? If they call you up, aren't they paying for the technology?
For the purpose of this pilot, it was free device, free installation, plus a $50 incentive, which we started putting into place after the first wave of recruitments didn't get as many folks as we were.
So eventually, there will be a fee?
For the folks who are in this pilot, no.
Right.
In the future, if we were bidding this as a resource, then we would probably split with the customer. You know, the device wouldn't be free for forever, obviously, it costs money, so we would have to work out with Schneider and with the customer and with what we were getting back from KISO, how the money would be split to cover the cost of the device installation.
Did you say you wanted to sign up, Tom? Oh, Andrew wants to sign up. You better go for that guy.
You're
21. We get him an electric vehicle.
That's right.
The typical way these are paid for, though, the historical way, is that the amount of energy that's controllable has significant value to the system's operator. So CAISO has a lot of value in, can you take load off the grid on that hottest summer day or that coolest holiday winter weekend? Can you modify load? And they'll pay a lot for that. And utilities are in a position where they can finance that cost over a long period of time, where it makes sense to do those types of upgrades on homes, typically for free to the homeowner. But there are some programs out now that do split some costs with the homeowner, particularly on the high-end type of devices like you saw in the video, where the consumer is choosing to upgrade their home and not being asked to participate in the program. It's a slightly different approach.
Yeah, I think one of the things that when I've talked with customers about it, one of the things that they seem to be excited about is, you know, going to the airport on a trip and I realized I left my, you know, air conditioning unit on, or I left my electric heater on, and so this is a way of kind of, in the cab ride to the airport, turning things off, and that kind of level of control is exciting.
So maybe this is to Barbara, what Barbara was talking about, but is there, because it is web-based, is there a benefit back to you that if somebody signs up to the system, that you're able to monitor the usage of the people that have the system so that you can get a handle on whether or not it's currently working?
So we typically only view it in aggregate. So like Rafi said, we have 20 homes. So we look at all 20 homes, or it might be 10,000 homes. We look at load usage in aggregate. We don't typically care about any particular user unless we're asked to care. And usually that would be over a customer service issue. Like my thermostat isn't working for my mobile app, we'd be interested. Or on that aggregate load number, if we've achieved what we want and all of a sudden it's going down, we don't have as much controllable load, then we'll become interested in who's not participating, is there why? Like, did Davis shut us down for some reason? Is there a reason that's happening? So we'd be interested, not from understanding how a consumer uses their energy particularly, but only in a service issue type of scenario.
Have you looked at Benicia?
I think when we first started the program, Benicia wasn't yet in when we first started recruiting. And then because it's a pilot, and not a full-scale program, the way that we've tried to do scheduled installations with the third-party installer is to get people in geographically constrained areas and within a week of each other, so that the installer can go from one place to the next. So we can talk about whether there's budget left to try to roll out to Benicia, but we hadn't looked at including Benicia because it's so far away.
We have a very engaged community and have jumped on as Alex, the previous presenter, eager to do anything we can on this area. And then the other question I have is this just for residential? Are you looking at small business at all down the way?
This particular pilot is just for residential. We have a small commercial pilot that's on the behavioral side, so we're sending messages to businesses and trying to get them to similarly shift their load. But that's not this pilot. This is strictly for residential, single-family homes. You have to be the homeowner.
Thank you.
Does the system allow you to charge if you have an electric vehicle, charge the electric vehicle at an optimal time during the evening when rates are lowest?
That's
electric vehicles. You saw the guy comes into he plugs in his electric vehicle, but could it wait till 10 o'clock to start charging that when rates go down or some?
Yeah, absolutely. And that electric vehicles is probably the most complicated aspect of all of this because the risk of potentially leaving someone with not enough charge in the morning when they need to go to work, or heaven forbid if there's an emergency and they need to drive to the hospital and they don't have enough charge in their vehicle because we've shut off their charger or something when they thought they were going to have juice. Figuring all of that out is very complicated and something that we're touching with very daintily at the moment. But yes, you could, in fact, in the future, what will likely happen is you'll be pulling electricity back and forth from the grid with your electric vehicle based on price gradient. So you could charge your house with the electricity from your car at one point during the day, and then have the flow go the other direction, just depending on what the prices we're signaling to do.
Today we've isolated electric vehicles, so they're not being hit with any control events yet. It will likely be structured in a separate program look. We do have those devices in field.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thanks very much. Very interesting. Appreciate it. So Dawn, is there anything else?
I just have an announcement. I know some of you may have gotten an invitation for the retreat today that looks like it's also happening tomorrow. It's not happening tomorrow. So you need to come tomorrow as of today.
Well, thanks everyone. It's a really good conversation today, and I appreciate everybody hanging in for the entire day. And unless anyone has anything else they'd like to add, I think we should all release ourselves from the board retreat and go off for the rest of our day. So thank you. Thank you, Dawn.